mind if I brought Rachel Hunter into the bedroom?
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. Where is the Tennis Hall of Fame? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Nancy and see if she knows the answer. Hi there, Nancy.
Good morning.
All right, so where is the Tennis Hall of Fame located?
I think it's Newport, Rhode Island.
You are correct. Hang on a second, Nancy. Going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Skid Row and Buck Cherry. The Gang's All Here tour, Wednesday, September 13th, Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets on sale now via AXS.com. Complete details at WMMR.com. Nick had suggested to me when Caroline and I were coming back from a trip in Maine, I was like, we're going to stop over somewhere. I go, he said, try Newport, Rhode Island.
Oh.
And I'm telling you, it is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen.
It is really nice, yeah.
And I would like to go back. It was still kind of cold when we went. I would like to go back when it's nice because that is an amazing place.
Classic northeastern town.
Very much so. All right, we'll start with this really intense story that dropped yesterday. We knew the sentencing was coming, but wow, Danny Masterson has been sentenced to 30 years in prison after being convicted for rape earlier this year. The actor, who maintains his innocence, was convicted on 2 of 3 forcible rape charges this past May. He was accused of raping 3 women at his Hollywood Hills home between 2001 and 2003, which was during the time that he was on that 70s show. The jury convicted him of raping 2 women in 2003, but could not reach a verdict on an allegation from November 2001 involving a former girlfriend, though the jurors voted in favor of conviction. He had dressed in a suit, had slick back hair with a full-grown beard, and did not speak at his sentencing. Many of his Hollywood family members were in court on Thursday morning to support him at his sentencing. His wife, actor and model Bijou Phillips, was crying at the courthouse. His siblings, Walking Dead actor Alana Masterson, Malcolm in the Middle star Christopher Masterson, and actor Jordan Masterson were all seated in the courtroom together. The judge, Charlene Almedo, said, Mr. Masterson, you are not the victim here. Your actions 20 years ago took away another person's voice and choice. Your actions 20 years ago were criminal, and that is why you are here. And in fact, she sentenced Masterson. The judge had given him 15 years to life on each of the 2 charges, ordering him to serve both terms consecutively. The trial that ended with a conviction in May of 2023 marked Masterson's second trial for the same charges. The first trial ended in November 2022 with a hung jury. The major difference between the 2 trials related to the allegations of drugging. In the first trial, the women testified that they felt weak and woozy and had little memory after taking a drink prepared by Masterson. But the prosecution did not outright say that Masterson had drugged the women. In the retrial, prosecutors argued that Masterson had in fact drugged them. Both trials shined a light on the Church of Scientology, and the verdict marked a stunning downfall for one of Scientology's most prominent celebrity members. He is a lifelong member, and all 3 victims were Scientologists at the time of their assaults. Leah Remini sat in the front row during this sentencing.
She did, yeah.
And in fact, she released a statement saying afterwards, she said, for over 2 decades, Danny Masterson avoided accountability for his crimes while he was the only one sentenced. His conviction and sentence are indictments against Scientology, its operatives, and its criminal leader, David Miscavige. She, of course, filed a lawsuit against the church in August for harassment and defamation, and she said, I am relieved that this dangerous rapist will be off the streets and unable to violently assault and rape women with the help of Scientology, a multi-billion-dollar criminal organization with tax-exempt status.
That's something we said out of the gate, is that if they throw, and they did, their legal might at something, they can affect change. They've done stuff like this for years, but they couldn't get past this one.
The 3 Jane Does said both at the sentencing and in testimony that the church dissuaded them from reporting Masterson to the police. Prosecutors argued throughout the trial that Masterson, had taken advantage of his position in the church to rape women without fear of repercussion, and that the church forbid women from going to the police to report sexual assault. So 30 years, and Kathy and I were talking this morning off air going, how long will he actually, be in prison for, do you think?
Well, they're going to appeal it, obviously. So there's going to be that process. Now,
so he was sentenced, but even so, if you appeal it, do you?
I
go
always
to
thought that was it.
Like,
once
do you
had
go to?
sentencing?
But do you go to jail during the appeal, or are you allowed to stay home?
Sometimes, depending on I assume the nature of the crime, no. But in this case, yeah, he'd have to be. He's going to go start serving the sentence, and they're going to appeal it. And I mean, that's what I read that the lawyers were planning on doing. Obviously, now would 30 years with good behavior mean 20?
Maybe.
You know?
I mean, still,
That's a long time.
2 decades of your life.
I mean, listen though, it's forcible rape is what they call
and
it.
drugs.
So.
Yeah,
This is Cosby level stuff.
Yeah, so we will see.
Guess you shouldn't
But
have done
that's the hammer came down, man.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. All right, a lighter story. Noor Al-Falah has filed for full custody of the 3-month-old son she shares with actor Al Pacino.
Oh, boy.
The 29-year-old filed a petition to determine a parental relationship with the legendary actor
Can't you give me a straight answer anymore?
in Los Angeles on Wednesday. The filing
I want to have them.
is often used by unmarried couples with children to establish child custody, visitation, and child support. So this is kind of standard procedure.
Yeah, and there appears to be agreement on both sides. He wasn't going to be picking the kid up after school.
Despite wanting
Are you done with your classes?
physical custody, she is. I'm waiting over here.
over here. Yeah, I know. It's a turkey. It's your hand. I know.
Despite wanting physical custody, she is willing to give, quote, reasonable visitation rights to the 83-year-old and requested to share legal custody, which would give him a say in major decisions
Is your
such
mommy home?
as schooling and medical treatment. So, God, 83. So my dad is 85.
Right. Could you
The
imagine
ludicrous idea
with a newborn?
of him with a newborn is just beyond me. He's practically a newborn himself at this point.
I mean, if Pacino bounces the baby on his leg, he'll break his leg.
Jesus.
I can't look at them and not think of her getting in bed with him. Like,
You must be so turned on.
How do you do that?
She is also requesting the Scarface actor pay for her legal fees and any other court-related costs.
In my bedroom where my wife sleeps. It's a nightmare.
Noor also included. Does he want to play with their toys at all?
Yeah,
Maybe sit down with the kids.
Where my children come and play with their toys.
I mean, listen to that voice and the way he is now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Noor also.
No, I belong.
Noor also included a copy of signed voluntary declaration of parentage, which proves that Al is Roman Al-Falah Pacino's biological father.
In my home.
Yep.
In my bedroom where my wife sleeps. Where my children come and play with their toys.
The pair welcomed their first child together, Al's fourth, on June 6th.
I wonder if he doesn't just sign over.
Here
sign
you
the
go.
paper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah. Well, sources tell
He's got like in a deli machine where you pull the number out. That's what he's got the legal documents ready to go.
Well, sources told TMZ at the time that the twosome were ecstatic. The Godfather actor
I'm so happy.
reportedly demanded a paternity test when he found out about her pregnancy. Sources told the outlet that Al was shocked and didn't think that he could get anyone pregnant due to a medical issue that typically caused
It's called being 83.
infertility. The fact the actor apparently didn't even find out that Noor was pregnant until 2 months before she gave birth as well.
To be honest, doctor, I think I'm completely out of semen.
Yet other things settled. Al seemed thrilled to be expanding his
Doc, is it
family,
possible?
calling the pregnancy special in a video obtained by the Daily Mail. But in the months following Roman's arrival, Al and Noor have been spotted on numerous dinner dates and were last seen together at the beginning of August.
Do you think during the semen transferal in that case that the semen is using walkers, the sperm, to get across?
Slowly. So this is very interesting. Rolling Stone published an expose on Thursday in which 2 current and 14 former staffers on The Tonight Show accused Jimmy Fallon of being drunk, erratic, and mean on set.
Yeah.
What's that?
I know somebody who has said that before. Not the mean part.
No way. Okay.
The drunk part.
Wow.
Yeah, I knew that he had, his
Drinking issues.
Drinking issues.
I knew a writer on the show, and he said this many times. Although apparently that had changed in the last maybe decade. I mean, like the stories that this guy told me were from a while back, and said that Jimmy eventually got sober.
As such, he has been accused of creating a toxic workplace, and according to the report, Dressing rooms for guests became crying rooms for staff members who were brought to tears by his behavior. A former staffer said, nobody told Jimmy no. Everybody walked on eggshells, especially showrunners.
Where's our crying room?
You never knew which Jimmy we were going to get and when he was going to throw a hissy fit. Look how many showrunners went so quickly, and we know they didn't last long. There have been 9 different showrunners since 2014.
A friend and I have like a pact that,
Right.
Like she thinks crying at work is like the worst thing you could possibly do.
Yeah.
So her and I are like, we will never cry at work over, like, you know, obviously if there's something sad that
yeah,
happens,
sure.
like that's different. But over work-related issues, like
Okay.
Do you have a place where if you were driven to cry, you know you would duck too quickly to avoid being seen?
I mean, probably the bathroom, right?
Okay.
Because nobody could really, you could just go in a stall there, I guess.
I
But
guess, yeah.
she'll message
I
me.
go to cry in the women's bathroom.
But she'll message me and she's like, man, the tears, they were like in the eyes. She's like, I would not let them fall down my face. I'm like, good for you.
You got to fight it.
Another former employee said, I didn't want to live anymore.
What? Jeez,
That's a little heavy duty.
wow.
They said, I thought about taking my own life.
That's crazy.
What?
All the time.
I thought my thing was ridiculous.
All
Wait,
the
because
time.
he made it so terrible?
Yeah, she
He made
said,
it a nightmare.
they said,
I'm in the dark here.
They said, I knew deep down I would never actually do it, but in my head, I'm like, why do I think about this all the time?
In a TV studio where our staff plays with their toys.
Jimmy apologized to his staff.
Immediately.
Yeah, this was yesterday. He and showrunner Chris Miller held a Zoom meeting to address the report, and the host apologized for past behavior cited in the story. Rolling Stone cited a number of current and former staffers detailing incidents about him berating employees. He said, it's embarrassing and I feel so bad. Sorry if I embarrassed you and your family or friends. I feel so bad I can't even tell you. And he also said he never intended to create that type of atmosphere on The Tonight Show. And he said, I want this show to be fun and it should be inclusive for everybody.
And the word is a number of the people apologized to, felt it was heartfelt, and accepted the apology.
Was it known that
Except the one who wanted to kill himself.
was it known, or did he talk about having a drinking issue prior
Yes.
to this?
Yeah, he
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
The guy that I knew, like it had gotten to be a problem so much so that tapings became an issue.
But I'm saying, did Jimmy Fallon, was he public about him having an
after-
Yeah,
issue?
did he ever
After-
address this publicly?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think it was a private matter for him, but it had gotten
out.
So,
Okay.
He did talk about it in relationship to how his wife helped him get past all of it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. It's also like it's interesting because it's like an opinion, right? So I don't know was it really toxic or was it just toxic for those people?
Jerry Seinfeld came out in support of Fallon, and he was asking the same question. When does it simply become at a workplace where you have, how the separate employees read the reaction or the actions of the employer?
Here's the deal. If you have an issue, the issue needs to be brought up. You can't let it slide. Now, the difficulty with that is do I make a fuss about something that's bothering me
You go to human resources.
and cause undue attention on myself and maybe put my own job in jeopardy?
Yep.
Right.
So it's a little complicated.
It can be very
So
complicated.
therefore, you can sit with it and become a whipping person for a while and take the abuse, and then eventually it gets to be so much where you're like, I can't sit back on this anymore.
Yeah.
But if there is an HR department, yes, you need to go and you need to let your feelings be known as soon as you possibly
Start a
can.
paper trail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
I just think of that time where you guys had me jokingly ask yell at the interns for something.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was. I don't know if it was the Ron Does one or the other one, but we were filming them and they didn't know this. And then I walk out and the one intern goes, man, he's always riding me, man. And I'm like, what? always riding you? No. We barely interact.
But perception.
Is that I'm always riding you?
Look, he's still
I don't even know what your name is.
You're nothing to me. You're nothing to me.
How dare
you? You're my intern.
I'm in the dark here.
I'm going to make life a living hell for you.
Have that been living inside you for like a decade? Because that happened a long
He
time ago.
I know he is not kidding.
But when he said he's
over
always
the
writing
years,
me.
Yeah.
this comes up. And I remember after that happened, you came in and said, because you're great with the interns. And it just seemed kind of weird
I
that
was
would
like-
be his take.
I'm like, always
He's always writing me. So he's talking about Alf.
That's what pushed him over.
That's
the
what it
line.
was. Come on.
What's with you and Alf?
All right. Well, Jimmy Fallon has apologized. I saw this story a couple days ago. I wanted to throw this in here. Taylor Momsen from Pretty Reckless.
Oh, we love her.
She opened up about her role in How the Grinch Stole Christmas, which saw the Grinch get teased, or it saw her get teased in school. And so the Grinch, she said, the Grinch had changed my, this was asked about it. The Grinch changed my life in a multitude of ways, and one of them was being I was made fun of relentlessly. She said, every time I would start a new school or go somewhere else, I don't even think the kids knew my name. I was just Grinch Girl. Not even the character name, Cindy Lou Who, just Grinch Girl. She admitted that while she got used to it over time, it was still a little alienating. She was just 7 years old when she did that movie, and she said that moving around to different schools as a child due to her career didn't help with the teasing from her classmates. But once she got to middle school, her life became a little more stationary. She said she was able to develop a friend group, and she said that was the first year where I was in school and I had the opportunity to try and actually make friends. I put a band together. It was my first band, my middle school band, a garage band. We never could settle on a name, but we would jam after school, and that was always fun. And I was singing, playing guitar, and writing. A few years later, she landed the role of Jenny Humphrey on Gossip Girl in 2007. She said, so as soon as I started to find my little groove in school as a normal kid, Gossip Girl came about, and I got uprooted to New York, and the band fell apart. And she said we were going to be huge. It was a real bummer, and I had to kind of restart it all again in New York, which didn't take me that long. But as a kid, she was kind of, even though you would think it would make you a little bit on the popular side, it kind of, it alienated
I've heard
her.
that many times
Yeah.
where they get sort of well, Casey, Ruby Sue.
Oh, Ellen Latson. Yeah.
Right. So I wonder if she and she's in the area, listens to the show. I wonder if she encountered that sort of blowback because she was a young child actress.
Yeah.
And in school, either you, it can go two ways. You can be celebrated and that's cool, or F you.
Hey, guys, I know you're excited about this, but the name of Rihanna and A$AP Rocky's second child has been revealed.
Yes, please.
Yes. According to the birth certificate obtained by the Blast on Thursday, the superstar...
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Piddle squat.
No, I thought they should name him Fubar.
Fubar.
Because you have A$AP.
I love it.
And
Yeah.
Fubar, that'd be perfect. But no, the power couple have named their son Riot Rose Mayers.
Don't like it.
Years.
Riot.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not good.
But that could lead to some pretty
How about
crazy stuff.
genocide?
Is it spelled the way Riot
Yeah.
spelled? Okay.
R-I-O-T.
Yeah, this is genocide.
So they opened they welcomed their second son August 1st in Los
This is
Angeles.
forced molestation.
This is Armageddon.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. So yeah, they went with
This is
Riot.
penetration.
Riot. How about, I love this story. So Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor couldn't help but make lightsaber noises on the set of Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
Oh, my God.
Neeson told Conan O'Brien that the pair automatically started making lightsaber noises when they pulled out their weapons during filming.
Wouldn't you?
You know what? Can women make that?
I was wondering if Kathy could do that for us.
I mean, I can't make gun noises. So,
Come on,
Come
Kathy.
on.
do it.
all right, give me one more. Just don't play the sound effect. I want you
Okay.
to do it, Preston.
Yes,
That's not
I'm
bad.
going to give it to him.
I thought maybe Steve hit the button. I thought I was listening
I was
to
actually
actual
playing Star Wars sounds.
Thank
That's
you.
Crazy.
That's pretty good, Kath.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
I just watched that again, Phantom Menace, which I have a.
Well, speaking of kids, Steve, that have to live with a role for the rest of their
Oh,
lives.
yeah, there you go. And he's fallen on hard times.
Yeah.
But there's a lot that's very good in that movie. They're really good. And the fact that we lost Liam Neeson's character, though, I would have liked to have seen him gone on a bit more.
He showed up in Obi-Wan, the
Did he?
TV series. Yeah.
Jin Guan, what was
Qui-Gon Jinn.
it? Qui-Gon Jinn.
Rihanna.
The Conan series is fantastic. I've become a really big fan of his podcast lately, and the video series that goes along with it is really good. And people come in and just talk to him for lengthy periods of time. And the Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor one is really great.
So he tells them that they started making the lightsaber noises, and apparently George Lucas said, let's cut there. And he goes, boys, can we add that in later? And O'Brien joked and said, I wish I would have left that in. Wouldn't that have been so great, you two spitting at each other?
It reminds me of when we were shooting that episode of It's Always Sunny, Preston, and they kind of told us to, basically, as Fred Savage was directing, and, kind of look like you guys are talking. So Preston and I are actually talking.
Yeah, we were
and
speaking.
mumbling. Going, blah, 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 blah. No, you don't. You just have to look like you're talking.
Yeah.
I go to a lot of high school and grade school productions, and what's funny about that is when you have kids on the stage that are acting like they're talking, they're all talking at the same time. It's like, no.
Right.
You actually have to act like you're having a conversation.
Yep.
4 people can't be talking at the same time in a conversation.
All right. We have movies opening this weekend to tell you about. 3 movies to tell you about. Number 1, we'll start with My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3. Comedy starring Nia Vardalos, John Corbett, Elena Campores. And you can join the Portocalas family as they travel to a family reunion in Greece for heartwarming and hilarious trip full of love, twists and turns, and Opa. And it's an hour and 31 minutes long, rated PG-13, wide theater release, and it only gets a 30% of I know. The Nun 2, starring Tessa Farmiga, Jonas Bloquet, and Storm Reed. In 1956, France, a priest is murdered and evil is spreading. The sequel to the worldwide smash hit follows Sister Irene as she once again comes face to face with Valak, the demon nun. Hour and 50 minutes long, rated R. It's wide theater release, and the Rotten Tomato score 53%. By the way, that's the tomato meter, by the way. And then you have Aristotle and Dante Discover the Secrets of the Universe. It is a drama and comedy and fantasy, and it stars Max Pelayo, Reese Gonzalez, and Eugenio Debrez. And it is about this. Resentful at the world, 15-year-old Aristotle Mendoza wants to blend in and be left alone. But the summer he meets free spirit Dante Quintana at the local swimming pool, everything changes. Dante is everything that Ari isn't, and his wanderlust for life and artistic spirit shakes something loose in Ari. Finally, he has a friend, a near-magical being. Dante disrupts Aristotle's world, introducing him to music, poetry, and lessons about the sky. Hour and 36 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. It is a limited theater release, and it's the highest score of the week, with Rotten Tomatoes giving it an 89%.
President Eugenio Debrez is the vocal coach in Coda.
The vocal.
yeah. I love that
guy. He got really, really ill.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did
no.
he?
You
In real
remember
life?
there was a story about him where they released a statement saying that he was really super sick and never really came forward with what that is. There were so many people that did an exemplary job. I really wish he would have gotten a nomination too, but there were so many people in Coda that deserved nominations. He didn't get one, but he was
great.
fantastic in that movie. All right, here we go with the clips. The reality real estate TV show Selling the OC is back with their second season here.
Oh, so cool.
Alex Hall defends her attention-grabbing personality on the show.
I'm loud and I am direct. We all have pretty big energy, so I think that happens naturally. And I have gotten that before, that you want to be the center of attention. I don't want to be. I think it just happens when I open my mouth.
Shut the f*** up!
Season 2 of Selling the OC.
I just love it already.
Yeah.
Premieres today on Netflix.
Those are people I want to spend time with.
Do those people exist
Yeah,
here?
in
or are they
reality
all just
television.
out there?
They're out there.
All right.
All right, next clip. Here we go. All Fun and Games is a new thriller about deadly versions of childhood games where there are no winners, just survivors. In this clip, writer and director Ari Costa talks about the movie's special effects. Here we go.
The interesting thing about Daniel is that the at least demon version of him is played by a local actress named Summer Howell in Winnipeg. So it's a female wearing a prosthetic face of a young boy.
I don't think I want to see it.
Okay. It is an hour and 30. Wait, that's the wrong thing I'm looking at here. All Fun and Games is in theaters now, by the way. All right, and there you go. That's what I have.
Magical.
In the entertainment report for you this morning. All right, we have a lot going on. Patton Oswalt is going to be joining us today. Comedian Ali Saddiq will be stopping by. Sold out shows all weekend at Punchline. They added a show tomorrow at 4 p.m. So we'll check in with them. And, of course, we have the Back to School A to Z. We are in the letter N right now. What'll be next? Find out in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, I have way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to hear.
Took the first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
He didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something. It was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has renewed.
And now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Gosevsky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
Having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And it's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh, my God.
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So, Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogene Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogene Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
It says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh, my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Imogene Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her...
She has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
Oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable...
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogen Poots.
She poots.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've
25,
done
like
that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, no guess. You have no guess.
I think it's got to be about because by the time you take off and you land, like I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Come on. Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
I mean, you can't, like, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting
In 10
health.
seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. Walk around the cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
and island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have
Stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I gotta hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maud Adams' birthday today. Why don't we just do it? Let's get to the junk drawer.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let's go in there and see what we can find.
What is the actual status of your junk drawer right now? How clean is it?
Oh, at home?
Yeah.
It's packed.
Yeah.
Like
Me too.
I've got, there's 3 of them that need to be cleaned
I think there's
out.
a dead animal in mine. I'm not sure.
May very well be something like that.
I had, never mind, but I had 3 drawers that I couldn't open all the way.
Yeah. Oh
in
my
house
God.
yesterday.
I hate it when that happens. All right. So I thought this was very, very interesting. Did you guys know on Sunday it is Grandparents' Day? We're going to spend time with my dad on Sunday for that. But with that, there was a survey that was done, and it's about nicknames that grandkids give to their grandparents, or what you call
Like
your
Gum Gum?
grandparents, like Gum Gum.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what Ben calls my mom.
Gum Gum.
So when it comes to those, the new survey by Preply found the popularity varies by state.
Okay.
And so they broke it down by state. The dive into Americans' terms of endearment for their grandparents comes in anticipation of National Grandparents' Day on Sunday.
I mean, I guess what we call it, what PA is likely to call their grandpa?
Go ahead.
Poop knife.
No,
Not poop knife.
No.
I'm a big fan of Mom and Pop Pop. I think those are great. My mom goes by Grandma. My mother-in-law goes by Grandma. Both of like my father and father-in-law went by Pop Pop. Hi, Grandma. I, on the other hand, I'm gonna completely flip the script, and if or
are you
when,
going to demand that they call you something?
You're goddamn straight I am.
Okay.
Dude. Hi, Grandmom. I want them to call me dude. I want my grandkids to call me dude.
Dude.
Yeah.
That'll last for about an hour.
You're flipping the script.
I'm flipping it.
You
Yeah.
will demand the respect.
We're going to dude's house.
Yeah.
Or, hey, dude.
Yeah.
Hi, dude.
Hey, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. I
All
think
right.
that, and it's easy because it's one syllable. And it starts with a D. I think.
What if it was grand dude?
Grand dude.
That's fun.
I think you're making a
not
mistake.
bad.
I think you got to keep the respect level up.
Yeah. No, I like it. I like dude.
What about Diane?
No, I don't want to.
He doesn't want to be called Diane.
No, I don't want to be called Diane.
That would be weird.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Although that would be cool.
We're going over to your Diane's house today.
Hi, Grand Diane.
What do you think she would like to be called?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think
Let's
Beyonce.
got a little time. Why are you even thinking about this?
listen, man, I have a 17-year-old and a
I know,
14-year-old, you know, and a
still have
16-year-old.
Oh, you don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
So we growing up, let's go through what we called our grandparents, and then we'll move on to this study. So
What about
all my grandparents lived in Kentucky, in the state of Kentucky. So I don't know.
That was a great soap opera, by the way. All my grandparents.
So my maternal side was Mama and Papa.
I like that.
And my paternal side was Granny and Grandpa.
Did
they were
you-
a little more southern, a little more straight ahead?
Yeah.
Because of the southern that sort of phrasing and the way you call the grandparents, was Meemaw ever brought up?
Not in my family,
Right.
but I have heard that.
I've heard of Meemaw. yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
What about you, grandparents?
So my grandma on my father's side was grandma, and my grandmother on my mother's mother was nanny.
Nan.
Yeah.
I like Nan.
Yeah.
Okay. What about, okay.
And both were grandpa.
Both were grandpa.
Well, I never met, my mother's father, my grandfather on that side. He passed away, when she was a little girl. So.
All right, Kath.
So I was Nan or Nana and Pop. That was my mom's parents. And then my dad's mother was Nanny.
Nanny.
Yeah,
What
and
about
then-
your dad's dad? You didn't know? Did you know?
Well, so the one that I knew, we just called him by his first name. It was Iggy. He was the one that put my aunt's, the person who was bullying my aunt
In the trunk? Yeah,
his
yeah,
car.
Go around, yeah. You
That was him.
call them whatever you want.
Kathy's lineage is complex. What about you, Nick?
There's a race car driver in there somewhere.
And one of her grandparents was Jimi Hendrix.
Well, and the race car driver, we knew growing up, but so I didn't really call him. I would jokingly be like, "Oh, Pop-Pop's coming," or "Grandpop," and we would laugh because we had no relationship with him.
Right.
So it was kind of funny if we just made up a grandfather name, because we always had my pop, which was my mother's dad. But don't you think some of these? Sorry, Nick, before you go, don't you think some of these are based on your ethnicity too?
Yeah.
A lot
no
of
doubt.
Which is why you're going to be really surprised at the Pennsylvania grandmother name, and I'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, I think mommy can be there. But yeah, my maternal were mama and papa, and then my paternal grandparents were grandma and grandpa.
All right.
Okay.
How about you, Marissa?
My paternal grandfather, grandfather died before I was born. So grandmom was my grandmom. But funny because my cousin calls her mom. So it's weird having two different names for the same
Nobody ever
grandmother.
does gran.
And then my mom's parents were Nan and Pop.
Okay.
And that's what my mom goes by, although her sister goes by Kay, which I think is a really good. Her
Kay?
first name is Callan, so she just goes by Kay, K-A-Y.
Okay, so that's what the grandkids call her,
Yeah,
Kay?
Kay.
Okay.
Wait, and who was the woman that lived past 100?
My grandmother.
And she was what?
My dad's, that was grandmom.
Grandmom.
Grandmom
okay.
and mom to my cousin.
Okay.
And I had Grandmom, mom, and pop.
All right. My kids call my mom Gigi.
Gigi's another one.
Came up with that, which stands for gorgeous grandmother.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so this is interesting. The top in the 3 states in our area,
Drum roll.
Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Pennsylvania, the most common nickname for the grandmother, this is really interesting, is Oma.
Oma.
Yeah, Pennsylvania Dutch.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is?
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, German heritage.
I did not know that.
Okay.
Oma. And for the grandfather is Pop Pop.
Okay.
Yeah. I love it. I do.
Oma is kind of a revelation. That would not have occurred to me, but it does make sense.
Yeah. And then for New Jersey, the grandmother nickname preferred is Booby.
Booby.
Booby. Hans.
Hans.
Booby.
What?
I'm your white knight. That's such a great
That's
line.
the most popular in the entire state. Booby.
Bubbe.
Did you say that your grandmother is Bobby?
Bobby.
Well, that's the Jewish community, right?
I always assumed yes that
Okay. Grandmothers are boobies.
Booby is of Jewish descent. The grandfather nickname is Papa.
Papa.
I don't know if that's Papa or Papa.
Papa.
Papa or Papa.
Or Papa.
Hello, Papa.
Hey, Papa.
Yes.
Bobby, good to see you.
We're going to Booby and Papa.
Going to Bobby's house for a schmear.
Marissa brought up an interesting point because my nieces and nephews call my parents Grammy and Grandpa, but Ben calls them Gum Gum and Papa Tom.
It's like
So they have different names from different kids.
Nick, bringing that up, I let it go when Marissa said it, but it makes my blood boil.
What?
Because
you just hate Marissa?
No. Because the first in the family who has a child they set who grandma and grandpa are going to be and the names they're going to be, and whether grandma and grandpa pick it or not, that's their choice.
I think it's up to the grandparents, and
Right.
I just know from when I had kids, my in-laws and my parents were the ones who said this is what I'm going to be called.
Yeah. Well,
You know?
my parents didn't put their foot down and decide that, so now they're different things, and it's highly annoying.
It annoys you.
Annoys the ever-living
what would be your preference?
effing
Wow.
of me.
What would be your preference?
Well, the preference would have been what we chose.
Right,
but
yeah.
That wasn't it because they didn't like it.
Huh.
Who didn't like it?
Bastards.
The other siblings in the family.
Wow, man.
Spouses, I guess.
Oh, wow. There's going to be a
makes
firestorm when you
my
go.
blood boil. It makes my blood boil.
Are you more likely
Yes.
to...
Okay.
Because it also wasn't just, okay, we're not going to do that. It was, well, that's stupid.
Oh,
wow.
So
Well, guess what?
now they're
You're
throwing
stupid.
shade at your thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
Sounds like something
I'm
you
with
would
you.
say, Kathy.
What?
It's stupid.
Yeah. My blood's boiling
Not doing
with
that.
and
For
for
me,
you.
thank you. I appreciate your support, Casey.
All right.
no one's listening.
And then for Delaware,
I'll get back to him.
for the grandmother, the most popular term is Nana,
Nana.
and for grandfather is Papa.
Okay.
Now, Nana, I always associated that with the Irish because my Irish grandmother was Nana. I don't know
okay.
if it is or not, but that's what I always thought.
What would you have called Janis Joplin?
Ooh, what would
Booby? Booby, right?
I guess
Yeah,
Booby.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the most popular nicknames for grandma, Prepley says when it comes to affectionate terms for grandmothers, Nana was the most popular in 12 states, followed by a three-way tie for second, which is Grammy, Granny, and Gran.
So grandma is not really that popular.
No, not really. Yeah,
Which is kind of odd.
Nana seems to be the most popular if you want to take, the most amount of states.
And Nanny, what does Nan or Nanny fall in the list?
It's a three-way tie for second. So Grammy, Granny, and Gran. But Nana, I don't see Nanny at all.
Huh.
However, tied with the formal for third place.
Nanu Nanu?
No. Abuela.
Yes.
Spanish for grandmother. The formal grandmother and mama for third place, which is what we use for
And no Meemaw.
grandmother. No mimas, yeah.
Wait, my, just a quick side story, my salsa group that I used to perform with, it was a group of girls,
Right.
and we were, on the older side of the group performing.
Right.
Everybody else was much younger, so our team name was Las Abuelas.
Las abuelas.
The grandmothers?
Hang on, Casey. I have Debbie wants to comment on something you said here a minute ago. Hi, Debbie. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's
I
up?
Just wanted Casey to know that my grandkids call my husband Dude.
All right, so he's not their biological grandfather?
Oh no, he's the real grandfather.
Oh, okay. All right. You said my husband as if he had no blood relation.
My children's father.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, did he pick that or did they just start calling them that?
No, he picked that.
Oh, he sounds,
beat
he
you
sounds
to it.
really cool. Well, it's not a race.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, listen. You got to go. I would go more traditional for you. I think you should. You should command respect.
Casey's very particular about names. That's definitely a thing for you. I'm not saying that's as a negative or anything like that.
I don't know what that means.
Well, no, I mean
it makes his blood boil.
No. You have very specifically you have ideas about names that are important to you, like with your
Pets' names
with your
and stuff
pets'
like
names,
that.
with your kids, naming your daughter Casey after you.
Yeah, but that actually was my wife's idea.
Okay,
that was not my. I just was like, oh, I kind of like
but
that.
names and nicknames that's important to you, and it's it's a thing that you have. Which
What do
is
you
cool.
think?
So what? Which you think about these?
What do you think?
These are important to you. What's that?
You might go with if you were.
I don't know.
If that is
I haven't
about
thought
P-Buds.
P-Buds.
I haven't thought about it at all.
I think Presbo.
Presbo.
I do think you should have a little bit of the
Presbo's
traditional, but
house.
also something that has, gum. They're sort of warm feelings.
Yeah.
And what we're doing is we're attaching our fond memories to that. It may not be the same case for subsequent generations.
Yeah, there's also Nonna, which is the Italian grandmother.
Right.
And then
Hose bag?
my sister-in-law has her kids call her mother, and she's she's a younger grandmother, but they call her Glam Mom.
Glam Mom.
That's cool.
I think I like that.
It's funny the thought of your child getting pregnant early, right? Like in their teens and stuff like that is
fun.
Well, listen, it is a tragic thought, but the reality is once you get past the embarrassment or whatever
the difficulty,
the difficulty of it all, like you're a young grandparent.
Yeah.
Like there's a
There's a benefit
silver
to
lining.
having promiscuous children.
Yes.
The upside of
They learn their lesson early.
I will be an attractive grandparent.
I hope you have promiscuous children.
Not that I'm encouraging it, but if you're going to be loose, junior high would be the time.
Okay. Oh wow. Let me go. I'm not gonna have to. We do have to get to some other things.
There's other junk in the trunk.
Yeah, but let me go to. Is it Brielle? Is that your name, Brielle?
That is.
What's up, Brielle?
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
My kids call my father, I don't know where it came from, Buppy.
Buppy.
Okay.
Puppy.
So
Yeah,
part
he
boy,
wanted
part
to be
puppy.
called-
I'm a mog.
Yeah,
Did they
but
pick
I wanted
it?
to be called P-Pop.
Oh, no.
And it came out as
He's
Buppy
incontinent.
with his first grandkid, so.
Okay.
I kind of like Buppy.
Buppy.
It does have sort of a Jewish traditional like
Booby.
Booby. Yeah.
But it's
we're not Jewish.
Yeah.
but it's fun because it's your own thing, you know? I mean, that's,
if it generates a warm feeling and they like it, I do think it is grandparents' discretion to decide what they would want to be called.
Thank you, Buppy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate
absolutely.
it.
I like
And he
Buppy.
loves it. I mean, he is the Buppy.
This is Buppy and this is
Thanks,
bad.
Brielle. I had forgotten about the clip of the Gam Gam clip from Horrible Bosses.
Do we have it? We have to play.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's Kevin Spacey and he
Jason Bateman.
Jason Bateman comes to him to tell him that he had to miss his grandmother's funeral, and Kevin Spacey looks like he has serious concern on his face. I had no idea. And do we have the?
Yep.
Yeah, this is the clip. This is just the best. Here we go.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I had no.
And he goes, you made me miss my Gam Gam's funeral. And then he looks at him with serious concern.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I had no idea that you called your grandmother.
It is the best scene. It's just so horrible. It's just the best. All right, what line, Casey?
8.
All right, let me go to, this is Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Kelly, what are the grandparents called?
So my father-in-law used to tell people that before he was retired that he was Batman. And when we told them we were pregnant with our first son, Nolan, he said, "Oh, Grandpa Batman." So now my kids call my in-laws Grandma and Batman.
Oh, my God. Batman. That's fantastic.
Listen, he likes it. He wants it. They're down with it. That's fine.
He loves it. And it sounds amazing when we're in public and people are like, "Batman, come look at this."
Well, that's also you're there's someone who's an authoritative figure. So to me, that works. You're not losing the respect.
Not at all.
Yeah, Batman.
Right. Thank
Love
you,
it.
Kelly.
You think about it like you're not allowed to give yourself a nickname just in general. And we've talked about this in the past. Kathy and I know somebody who tried to change their nickname from, well, I don't want to say what it was, but he tried to change it to Taz.
Taz?
Something better than
Yeah,
he liked.
something better than what he was.
Wasn't Skibignos, was
No, it wasn't
Okay.
Skibignos. No, it was a guy named Fetus. And
You could see why he wanted to change it.
and we're like, you're not allowed to give yourself a nickname, but
Hey,
as a grandparent, as a grandparent, you've earned it.
No, but it's like, what was the Adam Sandler movie where he has the kid?
Oh, Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. And he lets him Frankenstein. I'm like, all right.
When he calls him Frankenstein for the first time, it's hilarious.
All right. Well, listen, loads of calls are up, and I appreciate it, but we do need to...
Got more junk.
We'll wrap with that, Nick. Hang on a second. I want to go through the junk drawer here real quick. All right, here's one. This is interesting. So I had no idea the history of this. Of course, mathematicians claim to have proven that the 6 degrees of separation phenomenon is real.
Okay.
The theory of 6 degrees of separation suggests you're only 6 acquaintances away from knowing anyone in the world, because we, of course, know the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Right.
But apparently, this is good for almost anyone in the world that you can be connected to within 6 steps.
If you think of, you go out one level and think of all the people that first level person would encounter.
Yeah.
And then, and then increase exponentially up to 6, the odds are pretty good.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, there's that connection.
What I found was interesting is the idea.
They're all Kevin Bacon.
No, is the idea for this, because I first heard of it with the Kevin Bacon thing.
Right.
Was actually in a short story written by Frigyes Karthini in 1929.
What was the short story
I don't
based?
know.
Was it? Does it mention Kevin Bacon?
It does not. Not in 1929. He wasn't alive.
I still have some friends that work in the news industry, so anything that here locally and anything
Right.
that happens here, part of her job is to find people involved in whatever the incident is and connect them with the reporters and all that kind of stuff. And so she always says if there's like something that happens here, she contacts me because she's like, I'm looking for somebody. You are always connected to somebody some way. So she calls it
great.
Well, it's like Casey. Any
And Delco. Dude,
Delco,
somebody
yeah.
just asked me the other day if I knew anybody or was connected in any way to the Media Little League team that went to the Little League World Series. I'm like,
yeah,
of course I am. It's like 1 degree of separation.
1 degree.
The one kid who played third base, his grandmother and my mother went to high school together, and his dad and uncles, we all went to
There
high
you
school
go.
together. I'm like, of course.
Yeah.
We should do because I bet it would be 3 degrees of separation
For Casey and Delco?
exclusively in Delaware.
Yeah,
County.
absolutely.
What are we looking at?
Oh, Nick, did you just pull this up off of Twitter?
Yeah, this was something that I saw pop up last night, and it's Delco Live. They've traded Casey, or they traded for Casey, and gave away Jennifer Aniston and the McRib. So
They were doing like a fantasy football team of Delco institutions or Delco people.
I had no idea that the McRib was a Delco institution.
Yeah,
Me neither.
And Jennifer Aniston lived in Delaware County for a little while.
In Eddystone, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about the McRib if it
I want to
has
see where the connection to Delco and the McRib exists. That's pretty cool if
traces
there
here
is
or
one.
not.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Huh.
So, by the way, this team had created a game where people made connections with neighbors outside of their networks. He said this is according to the doctor that helmed this study. When we did the math, we discovered an amazing result. This process always ends with social paths centered around the number 6.
Well, that's pretty wild. It's
Yeah,
pretty
it is.
amazing, but it makes sense to me.
Yeah. All right. Back in the junk drawer here.
All righty.
All right. This is according to a Phillips survey of 2,000 women, found that 22% of women are just fine letting their leg, armpit, and bikini line hair grow.
No.
22%?
No.
They also found that 14% say body and facial hair are forms of self-expression.
No, it's not.
Facial hair?
I was just combing out my wife's beard last night.
Aw.
I can
Listen,
handle...
I know a ton of people though that are fine with it, and like to me, it's itchy. Like I don't want all of that there.
Once you get past the stubble, I think you're okay. I mean, like I have hairy legs. You can't really see if the hair's really light.
Well, you guys are also used to hairy legs. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have very. We're sort of a hairless family. My wife has no body hair and short hair, on her head. So
What are the cats that have no hair?
the what are they called?
You're like that.
Oh, dude, our old intern just got one.
Yeah, they're awesome, and I can't believe I'm forgetting what the name of them. They're highly sought after.
Sphinx?
The Sphinx.
There's another name.
Canadian Sphinx?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, Sphinx
Canadian
cat,
Sphinx.
Steve.
Yeah.
Hairless
Oh,
cat.
Leon Sphinx.
Yeah.
That's my next cat, by the way.
It's also very cultural. With American women, if you go to Europe, that natural look, Preston,
Healthy.
It's natural, it's healthy, and but it's not uncommon, and therefore it's not nearly as repulsive to other cultures.
I'm not I'm not a fan, but I'm not. If someone wants to be that way, that's fine.
But you're not a fan because that's what you grew up with. That's what you know.
Yeah,
true.
The leg hair bothers me personally the least. Like that, I could probably do. I don't have any hair anymore anyway, but I could probably get away with that. I would. My armpits, no way.
You couldn't rock some jungle pits?
And the like bikini line, absolutely not. Even throughout the entire winter, when I had hair, I would always shave.
Who amongst us has the hairiest armpits?
Not me. I have no hair
right now.
I have no hair.
You don't have hair in your armpits?
No.
Let me see. I got to see
Not
that.
me. I got them lasered.
I have a
Let me see. I'll judge.
decent amount.
Why am I showing my
Nick
armpits?
probably. You might be the most.
I think Nick definitely.
USA. USA.
Nick's is like curling.
Look at my arm hair.
I braid them.
I have a little bit of Indian blood in me as well, and apparently there's sparse of hair. My legs, Kathy, no.
Yeah, you're pretty hairless.
pretty hairless.
I had the mirror dry thing done for me at the Strela Med Spa.
But that wasn't hair, right?
But it eliminates hair growth, and so when I don't sweat there all that much. Although,
and when you just scratch and sniff.
See if there's any hair up your ass.
Smells great. Degree.
What flavor?
I think it's Cool Rush.
That's what I go with.
Yeah.
It's the best.
Would you guys think it was like? Do you think it would feel bizarre, or would you not like it if there was no hair there?
What for
Under your
as
arms?
me?
It was weird at
I'm
first.
fine.
When
I'm okay with it.
First did it, it was weird.
See, I don't think it would feel weird until the stubble, and still like a day after or so, and then it would start getting itchy. But if it were completely smooth,
Have you ever shaved your pits?
No. But you know what? Maybe it would. When I do groom downstairs,
Right.
when it's time to take it all off, there is kind of a clammy feeling there for a little while.
Stop
that
talking
day.
about clams.
Yeah, clams. But it's a little cooler because that hair does keep heat in there. So
I will my pubes are not lush, so the mild trimming gets that done. So again, I remain rather hairless.
I got a full-on disco bush.
Do you?
right now.
Yeah.
I got. I'm
Is that
overdue.
right?
I'm way
Veritable
overdue.
jungle down there.
Take it down.
Hold on a second.
Come on now.
Our disco lights are on.
Yeah, that's right, man. Preston showing us some disco bush.
Steve, last night, Niles Rogers was open for Duran Duran.
Yeah.
And he started doing the with the crowd. I tried to get my phone out in time to film it for you guys. And I missed it. I thought about you immediately. And the whole crowd was doing it.
You guys remember the Adam Sandler bit where he goes, I bet you got a hairy bush, man. And it's Conan O'Brien, like he's in the principal's office, and Conan's like, yes, it's a veritable jungle down there.
All right. Well, anyhow, 14% found that, like I said, body and facial hair are forms of self-expression. About half of women were concerned about skin irritation caused by hair removal products.
So, yeah, well, the state of the art has gotten pretty good with that now, right? So,
Yeah, but you can, if you're doing it at home, you can still give yourself burns and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay.
Do you remember the first kid who really, like, in school got, arm hair and
oh, hell yeah.
I remember Tony Canisano had like a full mustache in the 5th grade.
It was
I'm
so
like,
weird.
It was like, it looked like mini Tom Selleck.
There are some ethnicities where you will puberty starts a little bit earlier with hair growth.
His wife loved it though.
Yeah, there was a guy who had a full on mustache in like 7th grade, and we were like, whoa.
Yeah. There's a kid that I know who he had to shave in grade school, and in high school, he had grown like such a crazy like thick beard. He would shave before school. He actually got demerits. He had a 5 o'clock shadow before school was even over. And he
he went to
Do you
Catholic
remember
high
when you
school.
first started shaving your face regularly?
I was probably out of college.
Okay.
I was very, very self-conscious about the lack of body hair I had growing up all through high school.
I was probably about 15, 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted so desperately to have all of that stuff.
I
and
so
now,
desperately want a hairy bush.
Well, now, like shaving, I have a beard, not because I like the way it looks. It's because I don't like shaving.
All right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
All right. Well, listen, that's going to be it for the junk drawer. We're going to get something else from Nick. I'm sorry.
That was the junk drawer.
It's getting close to 8.
Preston's
I
closing
think we
up
solved a lot of problems.
There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
But real quick, recap. Nick had the Thursday night kickoff last night.
Yes.
The Bud Light kickoff, and it was at the Grog, right?
It was, yeah. And listen, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. It was one of the best events I've ever attended before. There were so many really cool people there. We gave away Eagles tickets. We do this every Thursday. Casey, I know you're doing a bunch, and Marissa's doing a bunch throughout the season. So it just was an awesome event. But I want to say hi to the Haverford Middle School teachers who stopped by. They're all PE teachers. Steph, Devin, Sandy, Becca, and they brought a guy named Marco. Marco is a Chiefs fan. We let him in anyway.
They lost.
And they lost last night, which made Marco upset, which was hilarious. But the winner... Oh, and by the way, Roy Perry stopped by.
Roy Perry.
Roy used to work here, and Roy's a great guy and listens every day, and it was really nice to see him. But the winner was this woman named Leslie. She won the Eagles tickets for the home opener, which is next Thursday coming up. And Leslie took a bus from Brewerytown to get there. She saw the post on Instagram. She's a huge Eagles fan. She has an Eagles tattoo. And she just was this little adorable woman, and maybe the best winner I've ever encountered on any event ever.
That's great.
She was so excited, Steve. She was dancing, quite literally, for about an hour after the event. Like, she just was so happy. I was telling Casey before, like, I was so excited at her excitement. It made me just overcome with joy to see her excitement. And
it's fantastic.
So if you ever get a chance to come to these events and you're an Eagles fan, please do, because last night's was just perfect. And thanks to Christine and everybody at the Grog for hosting us, because it was a really good time.
And that's going to be every Thursday?
Every Thursday night, yeah. And I'm doing the one next week, but Casey has a bunch, Marissa has a bunch. So thanks for letting me say hi to those guys.
I like the Grog a lot.
They were so cool. And the Grog's a great bar, yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, come back in a second as we do have some bizarre file stories. We have a guest who's going to stop in here to tell you a very cool bit of information. And the Back to School A to Z, great song from the Screaming Trees. When we come back, we are in the ends, so stick around.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Bond Girl twice.
Yeah.
Two different Bond Girls?
Two different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy. She has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody for 007.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
When Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve Show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with the screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. No longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing,
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course,
Wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And
That was
you,
so funny.
you posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all That looks just like me. A chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
It looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to. And the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal, your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you'll see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that are paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal, too, because it really, really satisfies me because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be at a relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone makes you. They make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great at it as the singer and Calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him. He was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody. Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky, yes.
Right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's just it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like
one of the best thing in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know to explain it, Preston. The dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity. It's the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Mack's Amateur Hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What we're talking about, like the act with the arrows and all that stuff. What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up. There was a guy who was in a water tank. And I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing?
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard.
And I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's
right.
Like, it's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood. I'm just telling you. First of all, how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act.
Right.
And that's the context,
that's
correct?
The context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right. Yeah.
What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding. And they don't care if you're under 10. And listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, there's really no competition, it's all exhibition, they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for? I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? And why is this? And then I realized this guy's
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Hang on.
What?
It's the A to Z is kind of messing some things up here.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Oh.
We didn't do our Froggy tune, so we have to do that because it's not Friday if we don't do that.
I can fix it on my end.
Now Casey will pull this up here. It'll take Toot Sweet. It'll be arriving any moment now. In fact, we're ready to go. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk, want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military, family owned and operated. Visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. Well, ankle bracelets are one way that authorities keep track of the movements of lawbreakers, and on occasion, suspects try to remove the GPS devices. Surveillance cameras were recording on Tuesday in Ohio when an offender used a trip to the Ace Hardware store to ditch his electronic tether. Now, security video shows a man wandering around the store, and he was then approached by an employee.
Can I help you, sir?
He told her that he was looking for the hedge clippers. And after getting a pair of clippers, the man walked just out of sight of surveillance camera. A short time later, he placed a small black item on a shelf in aisle 1, and then he grabbed a free bag of popcorn, walked out the front door, and was last seen grabbing a backpack and riding away on a bicycle. 15 minutes later, employees found an ankle bracelet stashed on the shelf in aisle 1, and that's when they realized the man had used the hedge clippers to cut off the GPS
In
monitor.
a hardware store.
In a hardware store.
Is there no decency?
When the employees were called, or they called the police, and they were told that it was not a police matter, and that's
It's a hardware matter.
That's when they decided to call the number listed on the ankle bracelet, which connected them to the Ohio Adult Parole Authority. Later that day, 2 parole officers came to the store, picked up the monitor, and thanked the employees for doing their civic duty. They are trying to find the guy. They don't know where he is at this point. But
Would said bracelet would that have been activated the second? Was he under house arrest?
I guess it depends on what kind you have, because
Right.
I have heard that sometimes when you dismantle them that they will alert them
immediately.
Yeah, so not really sure. A couple unearthed a stash of spirits hidden behind the drywall of their New Jersey home while moving in.
Scary.
Kathy and Roy Ocamp had only lived in their new house for 2 days when their basement flooded following a storm. While removing the soaked sections of the wall, a cascade of empty booze bottles tumbled from the section of plasterboard that was cut away.
I saw this video.
Yeah, in a video recorded by the couple, Roy can be seen shaking his head in disbelief as seemingly never-ending stream of plastic flasks fall from the open wall.
I mean, the reality here is that an alcoholic used to live in that house.
And actually they contacted them. So they shared the odd discovery on Instagram, inspiring commenters to joke that the couple bought the house from Captain Morgan himself. Others, however, said that there was nothing funny about the previous owner's addiction. Kathy revealed that the previous homeowner saw the viral video online and had contacted the couple. And the person who did it saw it and said that there were hundreds more.
Wow.
But also that he is now 3 years sober.
Well, there you go.
He was obviously hiding it from someone in the house.
Yeah, I know
and
somebody
couldn't
used
throw
to
it in
do
the
that.
trash. And they do it in the wall?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, so that's
going to great lengths.
Yeah.
They needed to go to a hardware store.
That's where you get your supplies. In Canada, listen to this. A stolen vehicle collided with a bear carcass while speeding away from Mounties before bursting into flames.
This is for goddamn videos.
Officers were investigating a suspected stolen car around 1:45 a.m. on Saturday when the vehicle collided with a bear carcass. The vehicle continued on despite suffering considerable damage.
So we assume that the carcass was sprawled in the street. It wasn't a zombie bear.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Soon after, officers observed the vehicle engulfed in flames on the side of the road and confirmed it to be a Mazda stolen from a business. A suspect was located nearby and arrested before being released pending further investigation. Mounties are asking anyone with information to contact them. Speaking of bear attacks, man, you think there's been a lot of sightings and attacks here in Japan?
Yes.
Bear attacks on humans are increasing at an unprecedented rate, with 54 incidents reported nationwide in the 4 months to July. So according to the Environment Ministry. The figure so far is the highest since record keeping started in 2007.
What's causing this?
An expected poor harvest of acorns this fall could prompt more bears to wander into human settlements in search of food.
Bears and their acorns.
By May and June, they saw the highest number of cases at 17 each, followed by June with 16 and April with 4. A total of 56 people were injured in the 54 incidents, and one of them died.
I never knew that acorns were a substantial part of the bear diet.
For, I believe, like black bears, they are mainly, they eat a lot of vegetation.
Don't mind if I do.
Many of the victims were picking edible wild plants in the woods when they were attacked, and officials urged residents and tourists in the area to carry bear bells and stay fully alert in places with poor visibility where a sudden encounter with a bear.
There was a video of the dude who just got a gentle swipe from black bear's claws and like a 15-inch bleeding cuts down his torso.
One last story. Rescuers in Turkey are preparing a complex effort to reach an American who has fallen ill and is trapped in a cave, and he's been there since Saturday. Caver Mark Dickey inside of the Morka Cave is around 3,400 feet from the entrance. The Hungarian Cave Rescue Service said it received a call on Saturday saying a caver inside the around 4,100-foot deep cave was suffering gastrointestinal bleeding and needed help. So his condition is stabilizing. The bleeding has stopped, and he is able to walk with assistance, but he needs a stretcher to be removed from the cave complex. The operation is logistically and technically one of the largest cave rescues in the world, involving 150 rescuers.
That's amazing.
According to the Caving Federation, which is working with Turkey's government. Rescuers were setting up rope lines Wednesday as part of the rescue effort. Dickey is an instructor with the National Cave Rescue Commission and has been for 10 years. It is still expected to take quite a few days to get him all the way out of the cave, as it's such a difficult and technical cave. And he is so far deep in it right now.
That's insane.
It takes around 15 hours for an experienced caver to reach the surface in ideal conditions.
Can't they just blow up the cave?
I don't know if they considered that strategy yet or not.
I mean, make it wider.
Wow, that's pretty scary. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a couple of guests we're going to chat with quickly about a really cool thing that is going to benefit you. And we are happy to welcome to the program this morning from Dunkin, we have Jessica Weissman and JT Young. And they got something involving coffee that I think, hence the song that I'm playing right now. But good morning to you guys, both Jessica and JT. Thanks for being here.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right, now, JT, you're a franchisee?
Yes.
Franchisor?
Franchisee.
Franchisee.
Northeast Philadelphia and Bucks County.
In Bucks County?
Yes,
and
Bucks go.
Nice.
Award some points to Kathy.
Where exactly are your locations?
Ben Salem, all the way up to New Hope, Northeast Philadelphia, Frankfurt Ave.
How many locations?
18.
Oh,
my God.
Yeah,
you're like
third generation, so it's not just me.
No kidding.
You're the Citizen Kane of Dunkin.
Yeah, that's some say.
Yeah.
And Jessica, what's your title?
A little more boring, but marketing. I'm marketing for the Philadelphia region.
That's not boring.
I get the privilege of working with JT and all of the other Philadelphia area franchisees. So
all right. Well, you guys are here to announce something really cool, right? Go ahead and lay it on us. What is it?
No, we're excited. We're longstanding partners of the Philadelphia Eagles, and we're thrilled that Eagles season is finally here. And Dunkin, we're proud to be the official coffee of the Philadelphia Eagles. So we feel like it's our job to really fuel Philly throughout the entire Eagles season. So we just launched a new special offer in celebration of the Eagles. It's Free Coffee Mondays.
Free Coffee Mondays?
Free Coffee Mondays.
That sounds too good to be true, Jessica. What's the story?
It is true. It is true. So now through the end of the year, Dunkin Rewards members can receive a free medium coffee every Monday with any purchase. You could.
Okay. So Dunkin' Rewards members, that mean essentially sign up for the app and create an account?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
It takes a
easy.
second.
It does.
And
I
the
have
app is
one.
great.
I use mine all the time.
Yeah. It's super easy. It's free to download, and you can pay any way too. When you use the app in store, you can pay with cash, credit, or through the app. And either way, you're earning points. You're having access to special offers like free coffee Mondays, and you get some member exclusive, really cool beverages as well.
Partnering with the Eagles is a good continuation because you're drawn to pro athletes, and of course us. We run on Dunkin, so
Thank
there's
you.
that linear thing. So, and this goes all the way to the end of the season?
It does, yeah. 17 Mondays, so 17 free coffees to keep Philly running all Eagle season.
That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty sweet. Now, JT, I've heard that there's some special donuts in the Acme Lounge out there.
Yeah, some custom-made donuts.
Yeah, what are they? I haven't seen them yet.
Oh, you'll be surprised when you see them.
And you guys made them? Or-
Yeah, well,
okay.
not me personally, but
right.
you know, our
you're
wonderful
the owner.
staff.
Yeah.
All right, and our faces ended up on these donuts?
Yeah,
Is
there's
that
a
what the
few,
story
and a
is?
few you'll recognize out there. Maybe some of Casey's faces from his licenses over the years.
Oh, my God.
Well, let's get him. Get him. We got to see him.
Dude. Yeah. Marissa's going to bring them in here. By the way, do you guys, is that a service that Dunkin' offers if you want custom things like that made? I don't know.
Not generally. A few of the locations.
For our special friends in the market and special occasions.
For athletes.
Yeah. And you guys.
Yeah.
Here you go, B-Buds.
All right. Oh, my God. That's hilarious. Yeah. It's Casey's most recent license plate or license picture. And then was this
That was
5
the other
years
one.
ago?
That was the old one. Then you had that made into
Hold
a
that up.
flag
I wanna
for
see
me.
that.
Those are phenomenal. See that? Can you see
Oh,
that?
that's terrific.
And of course, they have Go Birds and all kinds of Eagles themed with green sprinkles or Jimmies or whatever you want to call
That's
them. By the
awesome.
way, in the donut world, does anybody call them Jimmies or is that just on ice cream?
Yeah, everybody calls them Jimmy's around here. You know,
Okay.
Philadelphia, you know.
So
I'm a sprinkles guy.
with that, I'm a sprinkler as well. But so have you ever did you come from actually making the donuts yourself, or did you just become a franchisee? Did you work through the ranks? Have you operated a Hobart machine?
I operate everything still.
There you
I
go.
grew up in the business.
That's good. Yeah.
Northeast Philadelphia, my grandfather and my nana, who I know that discussion this morning. That's what I call my grandmother.
That's awesome. I love that.
Yes, I started making, we used to make everything in individual stores and the muffins and, mixing everything and cutting brownies and eating munchkins a lot of the time.
Yeah. And the dreaded question when you're a Dunkin' employee is, aren't the munchkins just the holes in the donuts? Because it's like, no. I've seen the machine that generates the munchkins. They're not the holes in the donuts, but everyone thinks so.
Yeah, no, it's a big plunger and they're still fried and they're delicious. So.
Yeah,
Okay. Jessica, I think you had mentioned, you said there's special flavors for Dunkin' Rewards.
So member exclusive flavors or member exclusive beverages that, is seasonal. So right now, I think for the fall in celebration, I want to say if you go onto the app, we have about 8 special beverages.
That you can't get unless you are a rewards member.
It
That
takes
is
a
true.
second.
Yeah.
It's-
It's
you
through
can-
on-the-go mobile ordering.
And you'll use the app.
Yeah.
You really will.
Thanks, Steve.
It's very quick. Yes.
Yeah, I do every time.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so it starts this Monday. Free medium coffee with any purchase. And so you just, if you want to go in and get a glazed donut, and you get that free coffee that comes along with it.
That is correct. Yeah, medium hot or iced coffee. So it's still pretty hot out now, and I'm an iced coffee fan.
You're still at that point where you have to specify, is that hot or cold?
Yeah.
Right,
And so I also understand, as the official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles, that you have given us some tickets to give away for Thursday's game. It's the home opener, which is huge, and so we're going to give those away next week.
Awesome.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Excellent. All right, well, any other details we need to hit before we get you guys out of here?
No, I just want to say thanks, guys, for having us on.
Thank you.
Philly runs on Dunkin', but also Preston and Steve, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thanks for the tickets. So next week we will give away tickets to the Birds home opener.
Nice.
How
Awesome.
sweet is that? Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Jessica and JT.
Yeah.
Rock on with Dunkin'. The Birds, your free coffees on Monday with a purchase, any purchase. All right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Hang out a little while. We're going to have Patton Oswalt on the program. Ali Saddiq is stopping by. So we're having a good time. A to Z continues as well.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, you know, first of all, it was.
Yeah.
Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. And the sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage.
Right.
You know what I mean? And my thing is, sports is good until it isn't.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they caused these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them.
Right.
But my deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good.
Yeah.
And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability, and it was one of the before even sports, right? I mean, you were you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here!
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow!
I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good. Oh, and why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it is you have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too. For me, I would have went the whole art route. But no one was going to pay for that. Like, starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
Right. They're celebrated after they found
Oh,
dead in the
yeah. You've been
street
dead
somewhere.
30 years. They're like, well, now he gets the million.
Do you
You're like,
create every day?
Yeah.
Still, do you?
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay.
Faces.
But sketching
people.
over painting and all that?
Oh, yeah. I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do. And that's how I survived.
Wow.
They would be like, man, you pretty good, man. Here's $5,000. But you know what? I would
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I would be like, man, you need a painting. Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you. Yeah, you're right, man. Here's $5,000. Flattery. Thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty, too.
Oh, yeah. Left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. Yeah, I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And you know what was wild? Some of the most talented people in the world. And they were sitting there, and these guys had degrees from everywhere. And I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude, if you start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's like, it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Yeah, give it something.
I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, I understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, you know. And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. So she's in 8th grade, and she's having like the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater, and it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody loves each other, and it's just so positive. But she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, why you play the flute? I was like, I'm bigger than you. I can bitch more than you. So what? So now what? And they were like, yeah, you're right.
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just, it's
I mean, it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah,
and it's like, put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of like, okay, math and science. But you go to somebody's home now, they don't have microscopes hanging on the wall. You know what I mean? No, they got like, hey, like I play the guitar for, so, math and science, I don't necessarily, if that's not what you're going to do, you're not going to take that wherever you go, unless, my brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math teacher.
And that's fine.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not knocking it. But,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Love it.
Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. You're a revelation on the show, as is Andre Brower, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works
8
so well?
seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because, we love each other, man.
Yeah.
And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing I'm going to preach right now.
Yeah.
Competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall, it's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family.
WMMR.
Hey, reminder, we have a special price on MMRBQ tickets. Today's last day for that, $19.33. So if you want to grab that discounted price, get to them. Get them now, WMMR.com. And while you're there, vote for, because voting wraps up on Sunday, the Preston and Steve Show Side Stage Live Band Karaoke. We need 10 singers. We have 50 people that entered.
Super talented.
You need to pick our winners, and they get 4 tickets to the MMRBQ, and they'll be sharing the stage with not only Sidearm, but we're going to get a set from Don McCloskey, who I'm really excited to have playing the show. And Jackie Bam Bam's doing a set, and so we're looking forward to this. Coming up quickly, man. It's on the 16th.
Don could be a main stage, so it's cool that he's doing the side stage.
All right. Let's eat.
All
right. Connoisseur
it's time for the Friday edition of the Connoisseur. Maybe one day we'll put it on Thursday.
All right, I have some food stories, and we have some things to give away with some movie clips. We'll get to those in a moment. But I wanted to point out, and thank you to Steve for sending me this information, but on Sunday, not only is it it's Grandparents' Day, but it's also National TV Dinner Day on Sunday.
We talked about this. I used to love TV dinners as a kid, and I remember the first Swanson was the first TV dinners that I remember, and then they had one specifically for kids that would have like a brownie in it for dessert.
Oh, then the brownies were the best one.
And then, Casey, there was one that used to include a packet of powdered chocolate milk.
Really?
Yeah, so you could make chocolate milk with your meal. I'm sure it was incredibly healthy.
I have not thrown up much in my life. And one time when I was a kid, I threw up after eating a Salisbury steak TV dinner. I don't necessarily know if it was the Salisbury steak who was the responsible party, the culprit or whatever, but I have not had Salisbury steak since.
No way.
And I used to love Salisbury steak.
I'll tell you something. I love TV dinner style Salisbury steak.
Do you think you could have one now?
I would like to try it.
Okay.
I would, because
my kids eat it all the time. They love
Salisbury steak?
like the who makes it? Stouffer's.
Stouffer's.
Like that. They love it.
Okay.
I'm over it.
Well, I haven't had it in, oh my gosh,
Long
40
time.
years.
40 years.
We'll do it live on air.
We got to do that.
Okay. Well, I don't want to microwave one. Like, I like the ones that were in the tin foil that you stuck in the oven.
I'll do the airplane on the 4 case.
You can still cook them in the regular conventional oven.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, do we have, and I doubt we do, the ZZ Top song, TV Dinners? You guys remember that song?
Oh, yeah. I do remember
TV Dinners. So it was in 1953, C.A. Swanson and Sons. Oh, you got it.
Yeah,
Excellent.
you
Changed the prepackaged meal business forever, introducing the TV dinner. It revolutionized frozen food, by the way. turkey, cornbread dressing, peas, and sweet potatoes.
I used to dig there at Thanksgiving.
Originally,
dinners.
they made the tray of aluminum, and they separated each food item into individual compartments. At home, the cook heated the dinner in the oven. The cooking time was usually 25 minutes. Today, nearly all frozen food trays can be cooked in the microwave or a conventional oven. When Swanson first sold the TV dinners, and I know we've talked about this before, they priced them at 98 cents. The first year, production estimates reached 5,000 dinners. To their surprise, Swanson exceeded that amount. In the first year, they sold more than 10 million
Oh, my God.
of them. They thought they were going to sell 5,000, and they
were
sold
off.
10 million. So here's kind of the history of the TV dinner and how it evolved through the years. In 1960, they added desserts to a new 4-compartment tray.
Okay,
All right.
four compartments. Yeah, that makes sense.
And it came with it came with the dessert. In 1964, there was a new product. It was called Nighthawk, originally named after the Nighthawk Steakhouses that operated in Austin, Texas. The original diners were open all night, catering to the late night crowd. The restaurants produced the first frozen Nighthawk TV dinners in 1964.
I don't remember that at all.
Neither do I. 1969.
Nighthawk works with Batman.
1969, the first TV breakfasts were marketed.
Yes, I do remember those.
Great Stars breakfasts and breakfast sandwiches followed a little bit later. Now, in 1973, I thought this was a game changer. Swanson made the first Hungry Man dinners.
Big size meals. I love the Hungry Man dinners.
Yep. And so they would have larger portions of the regular dinner products.
Big Salisbury steak.
And then in 1986, the microwave oven safe trays debuted on the market. In 1986 as well, the Smithsonian Institute inducted the original Swanson TV dinner tray into the Museum of American History.
So up on the screen here was my absolute favorite, Preston. It was the Hungry Man fried chicken.
Okay.
With a little bit of potatoes and corn. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And, to this day, though, I'm still eating TV dinners. I eat factor meals, which are the separate compartments.
Yeah.
And they're very good.
Those are all like freshly cooked, though.
Freshly
right?
cooked, yeah.
I see chicken fried steak up there. Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's really good, but it's possibly the worst thing you could possibly ever
It's
eat.
also, and all of these things are staggeringly high in sodium.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I was a sucker for them.
Yeah.
I was never allowed to have TV
dinners.
I believe it. I
Nope.
believe it.
Nope.
But your mom
You'll
wasn't-
get anal cancer.
She wasn't a
good cook at all.
Cook, right?
She said this before. Kathy has.
So I retract that statement. I don't want to say she wasn't a good cook because she cooked.
She was a lousy cook.
She cooked us dinner every single night.
Bad dinner.
She just didn't have a large array of
repertoire.
Okay.
She was
The menu was limited.
100% Irish, so we ate a lot of chicken and potatoes, rice that she would leave on the stove, forget about, and leave and go shopping, and come back, and it would be all dried up. Yes.
Okay.
You know who owns Swanson nowadays? Our friends at Campbell's.
Oh, okay. I see a chicken pot pie there.
I knew it started with an S.
So, all right. Well, anyhow, it's the anniversary of TV dinners. Real quick, Mike wants a comment, and then we'll move on to the next item in the Connoisseur. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Mike.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, you guys rock.
Thanks, man.
I used to, when my parents would go out for the night, they would get us kids' cuisine.
Yeah.
And we would be ecstatic. Me and my sisters were pumped, like when they would go out.
So that was a treat for you guys.
It was like, oh, you guys aren't cooking, and we get these lousy chicken nuggets and this brownie in the oven. Awesome.
Yep.
Dude, I completely agree. It was awesome. And then also when they companies like Celentano, this is when they were low rent, pizzas.
Yeah.
Basically the TV dinner equivalent of pizzas, Celentanos, or any of those things that would just incinerate the roof of your mouth. But it was always a treat. Yeah.
Totino's
pizza rolls. And believe it or
talk
not,
about mouth burners,
I
man.
prefer
Thanks, Mike.
Totino's in the microwave, believe it or not, rather than the oven or the air fryer.
Explosively hot.
Man, I haven't had stuff like that in a long time, and I'm sure I
they're
should
still
probably
great.
just live with the memory of how great it was
No,
then.
they're still good.
Well,
But pepperoni Totino's is the only way to
Preston, you would literally develop a curtain of hanging flesh from the roof of your mouth.
I just had it last week.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It was a delicacy in St. Louis called toasted ravioli. And so at any event you go to, people just have loads of it. And I ate a hot one. And I was like, oh, wow. I was like doing the ha thing. And then later on the plane ride home, I felt a blister on the top of my, or I was actually, when we were in the airport, I felt a blister on the roof of my mouth. By the time we were landing, it turned into the flap.
The flap curtain.
Because your mouth regenerates very quickly, so it started its process. But enough about that.
Enough about Mike.
It's National TV Dinner Day, so celebrate. All right, let's do a movie clip and see if you can get something right. We got a variety of prizes here. Do I need to name them?
No. We're
you
good.
get what you get and you don't get upset. All right, let's see if you can tell what movie this particular food clip is from. Here we go.
Excuse me, sir. I hope you had a very pleasant shopping experience. Yeah. Good. Here's a form for our suggestion box. Now, if there's anything you want that we don't have, you just let us know.
Arugula. I haven't had arugula in 6 weeks.
What's that?
It's a vegetable.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. Call now. All right. While you're calling in, we'll get to another story. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. This is very interesting. So on Tuesday, on the 12th, Arby's is opening the public, or to the public, its most remote location ever. Which you can get to only, and Nick, this is up your alley, you can get to only by taking a hike through the Colorado Rockies.
Oh, that's cool.
In the greater Denver area. Outdoors enthusiasts and Arby's lovers will be able to enjoy the gorgeous mountains at the end of summer and marvel at the scenery while they make their way to a nice meal. The so-called hike-through, instead of a drive-through, will only be open for 1 day, and the experience will be available on first-come, first-served basis. The adventurous initiative is to celebrate the chain's newest burger. It's dubbed the Big Game Burger, and it's being launched the same date and will be available at the new pop-up location. The burger is made up of a blend of venison, elk, and ground beef.
Nice. Wow.
And topped with crispy onions, pickles, Swiss cheese, and dark cherry steak sauce.
No, that sounds good. I've had elk meat before and venison. I would definitely try this.
So it's just like a one-day pop-up, basically.
But the burger's going to be around.
Okay.
For a while. This is to launch it. So
I gotcha.
More details about the hike-through experience and how to obtain trail passes will soon be available. And Arby's newest location will also be selling limited merchandise, both on-site and online, starting on Monday. You'll be able to find socks, water bottles, hats, and hiking anorak jackets.
What flavor are the socks?
To use on your next hiking adventure. What's an anorak?
Like a
jacket.
outer layer.
Outer layer?
Yeah,
Okay.
like it prevents you, if it gets really windy and cold or rainy.
Kind of like a windbreaker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you can't make your way to the Rockies to participate in the hike, you still will be able to taste the Big Game Burger for a limited time. The burger will be available in limited supply at your local Arby's starting from September 12th.
I don't know if this is sacrilege, but I actually always preferred the Arby's roast beef.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Over Roy Rogers roast beef.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I've
far
never even
superior.
considered Roy Rogers roast beef.
It's just okay, but also at Arby's, I'm not going to get anything but roast beef when I'm there.
Yeah.
I used to have one that was walking distance from my house growing up, and my friend would always get like chicken.
Dude, they have their sandwiches, their Mark Fresh sandwiches are really good.
We used to go, remember, there was one right near us in the media. We were at 100, and we go to that Arby's all the time for the deli sandwiches.
Yeah, they didn't have Marketplace back then, back in the late 80s.
Yeah.
They had just invented roast beef.
But they did have, they had potato cakes.
Yes.
Which were great.
I loved them.
Well,
the icing was great.
You know what we used to do with them? You would get the ketchup squirter thingy and the Arby's sauce squirter. And what you would do is you basically stab the potato cake and then squeeze the ketchup and Arby's sauce inside.
You would infuse them.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
Interesting.
Brilliant.
Where does it say in the story where the mountain is? I know that they're naming
It says the greater Denver area.
Oh,
It's
all right.
Arby's Mountain.
So other than that, I'm not sure exactly where that is.
Well, Steve, the joke on the on Arby's website that Preston mentioned is that they're calling it Burger Mountain.
Burger Mountain.
But yeah, my brother lives there, and he's hiking all the time. So I'm going to send him this link and see if he can go get a burger.
Does he have to buy it, or are they giving them away?
I think if you reach that store, you should be able to get it for free.
I think
if they charge you,
probably have to buy it, but I can't confirm that.
Take my wallet in the car.
All right, let's see if somebody can get this food clip correct. What movie is this from?
Excuse me, sir. I hope you had a very pleasant shopping experience. Yeah. Good. Here's a form for our suggestion box. Now, if there's anything you want that we don't have, you just let us know.
Arugula. I haven't had arugula in 6 weeks.
What's that?
It's a vegetable.
All right. We'll go to Grant because he thinks he knows. Hey, Grant, good morning.
Hello, good morning to see you.
Good morning, Ed. Good citizen. All right, Grant, what movie is it from?
That would be My Blue Heaven.
You are correct, sir. Yes. Steve Martin, great movie. And that means you win. Case, what are we going to give Grant?
Grant, you got a case of Philly Favorite. From our friends at Iron Hill Brewery, this hazy IPA is perfect for all of your tailgate needs this season. It's available in 4-packs and 12-packs wherever craft beer is sold.
All right, we're going to play another clip. Now, this is a bit obscure.
All right.
This might be a tough one, but somebody out there will know. What movie is this food clip from? Here we go.
Thanks for putting on this feast.
It's all local and organic and non-GMO. So
How did you kill those chickens? With an axe or a knife?
I didn't have to kill the chickens. They're rotisserie chicken, so you buy it on it's already dead or cooked on a thing.
All right, so
That's great.
let's see if you know what movie that's from. 215-263-WMMR. All right, moving on to the next story. All right, pumpkin spice. We're entering.
Oh, we're well into it
we're
already.
there. Dunkin has already started the pumpkin
Uh-huh.
flavors. We announced that a couple of weeks ago, I think. But Google Trends has released the most uniquely searched trends on the fall flavor, and they found some strange concoctions in their searches, as you might imagine.
Yes, of course.
So these are the more strange
Pumpkin confections.
spice collections. All right, so people have been searching for. I'll give you an example. Pumpkin spice spam.
Pumpkin spice spam.
That's in Arizona. And Delaware is on the hunt for pumpkin spice deer jerky.
No.
Californians are looking for pumpkin spiced red vines. Ugh.
No.
And
No.
South Dakotans are curious about pumpkin spice tamales.
No.
More common searches, though, as you would imagine, include pie, rolls, donuts, Oreos, and puddings.
And dog biscuits. Kathy, are you
a pumpkin spice pudding, please?
I don't know, Kathy. Are you a pumpkin spice person?
I am not. I
didn't think so.
I don't. Although I love the actual pumpkin in its entirety as a decorative item during the fall.
Do you
I
don't
do
like
not
pumpkin
like
pie?
anything pumpkin. I don't like pumpkin pie. I don't like pumpkin seeds. I don't like pumpkin flavored or scented anything.
Really?
I do like pumpkin lattes. I do like pumpkin pie. I guess my favorite thing, though, is to watch a hippopotamus eat a pumpkin.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
That is fun.
Yeah, I like, you know what? Do you like carrot cake?
I do not.
Because that falls under that
I love carrot
spice
cake.
as well.
Yeah,
There are things
nutmeg.
like allspice and nutmeg,
Yeah.
and I do like all that stuff. I do think we hit pumpkin
saturation,
pumpkin peak saturation, and that there's a little bit too much of it out there. And sometimes they try to put pumpkin spice into things that probably shouldn't. They
Doesn't
should
work.
probably Stay away
Stop
from
it.
that.
Yeah.
But I do like a great pumpkin pie and stuff like that. It's pretty damn tasty,
good.
man.
Especially fresh out of the oven.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
But yes, pies, rolls, donuts, and Oreos and puddings.
Yeah, we tried the
are the
Oreos.
more common ones.
You know.
To have pudding. Pumpkin pudding.
It's just okay.
Yeah, because I believe
didn't like it?
It's like the golden Oreo because they don't do the pumpkin
golden
spice
Oreo.
with the chocolate cookie wafer.
Do they? I'm sure they have pumpkin flavored Oreos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he tried them.
Yeah.
But hang on a second.
Oh, the straight up cookie Oreo. Okay,
Or
I got
maybe
it. Yeah.
maybe I'm thinking of the carrot cake Oreo.
What? Now that I didn't know.
Really?
Nick is on it
I might
immediately.
be talking out my ass.
There we go.
Here's
Pumpkin
the
spice
pumpkin,
Oreo.
Yeah, okay.
Oreo. By the way, did you say you don't like the golden Oreos?
Not a huge fan. No,
I like those a lot.
I know.
It depends on if you're prefer chocolate or vanilla. I guess.
But Casey, you weren't talking out of your ass. There is carrot cake Oreos as well.
What?
Yeah.
All right.
I got to try those.
I would try that.
I used to hate carrot cake.
That's
and now
my
I
fave.
love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
So yummy.
Friggin' love it.
All right, we'll see if you know the answer. What movie is this food clip from?
Thanks for putting on this feast.
It's all local and organic and non-GMO. So
How did you kill those chickens? With an axe or a knife?
I didn't have to kill the chickens. They're rotisserie chicken, so you buy it on it's already dead or cooked on a thing.
It's cooked on a thing. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma. Kelly, what movie is that from?
That is from Captain Fantastic.
That is. It's a great movie. It's Viggo Mortensen, and his family lives off the grid completely, and they go to his sister's sister, his wife's sister's house for dinner, and they're totally like woods people, and
it's a touching
kill
movie.
your own. It's a great movie.
It's a very touching movie.
It's a great movie. Yep.
Oh, Kelly, you won a case of Philly Favorite from our friends at Iron Hill Brewery. This hazy IPA is perfect for all of your tailgate needs this season. Available in 4-packs and 12-packs wherever craft beer is sold.
Hi, Grandma.
We're gonna throw another movie out there. Let's see if you know what clip what movie this food clip is from. This is a good one. Here we go.
I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, John. I'm fried.
Soft mattress?
Yeah, that could have been it. It could have been the soft mattress, or it could have been the midnight rape, or the nude gay art show that took place in my room. One of those probably added to the lack of sleep.
Try one of these scones. You're going to love them.
I'm a little too traumatized to have a scone. Let's move.
All right.
The nude gay art.
Nude gay art show. Oh, you can do something. You remember? Yeah, I had a sock, played football in all day, rolled up and shoved into my mouth. What movie is that from? 215-263-WMMR. All right, so this one, I had Marissa. Hopefully, we're going to put this up on PresidentSteve.com. Yes, I've been given a thumbs up. So this is an article that was titled Secret Recipes, 45 copycat recipes that you can now make at home. I used to love this.
Yeah. These are ways to replicate the foods that you go out and spend your hard-earned money on.
Yeah, or geographically out of your area.
Right.
And for whatever reason you've moved or you can't get that, they have 45 different recipes that you can make at home and get the closest version of it to it as you can.
I want to hear some of the stuff on this list because sometimes they're right on and sometimes they're not quite.
I'm not going to go through the actual
Give us all 45.
ingredients. I'm not going to go through the ingredients. I'm just going to tell you what you can find. Okay. We have the link on PresidentSteve.com.
Okay, so this is like chain restaurants and stuff too?
Yeah.
Okay, because we make Chick-fil-A nuggets in our house all the time.
Okay, you make Chick-fil-A nuggets.
Yeah, so we stole that recipe from somewhere.
So
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
There's everything from you can make the full-on KFC chicken if you like that.
So the secret herbs and spices?
As close as they can.
All right.
Somebody reverse engineered it.
All right.
And figured out how to do it. So I'm going to go through not all these because there's 45 of them, but the standard Chick-fil-A sandwich.
I mean, that's a legendary one. The secret recipe.
The much sought after Popeye's chicken sandwich as well. They have that recipe on here. Burger King's onion rings.
I do like their onion rings.
The Chipotle chicken burrito bowl, and I'm just bouncing around here on these because there's a whole bunch of them.
There's 45.
The Cheesecake Factory's Korean fried cauliflower.
Kathy, you ever have that? You're a Cheesecake Factory person, aren't you?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I'm not. But I've never had that either.
IKEA's Swedish meatballs.
Yeah, they're awesome.
The Jack in the Box tacos. Oh my God. I have to. Okay. See, now that's one. There are no Jack in the Boxes around here.
No.
And I grew
and
up
I love their tacos.
eating their tacos. So
Are they good?
That one I
They're
gotta
really
try.
good.
They're grease balls.
Yeah.
Okay, then perfect.
Yeah, so that's
It's made by a Jack in the Box.
Cheesecake Factory cinnamon roll pancakes. Let's see, DoubleTree's chocolate chip cookies.
They're legendary.
They are.
Yeah.
Famous Dave's ribs. Arby's curly fries. You can make those at home.
I was never a curly fry fan.
Dollywood's cinnamon bread.
Oh.
I didn't know that Dollywood had revered cinnamon bread. I always thought of her as a kind of a country artist.
Disney's Mickey Beignets.
Oh, okay.
So there's probably a bunch.
Yeah. You go to like Chef Mickey's, man. Yeah.
Chef Mickey's, man. How about this? Buckingham Palace's Royal Cupcakes.
Oh.
That we'd have to try, right?
The Royal Cupcakes. Oh, pancakes, was it cupcakes or
Cupcakes.
Cupcakes!
That's what they call Meghan Markle's boobs,
That's
right?
And also her turd cutter.
Let's see. Panda Express's Orange Chicken. Wendy's Frosty.
Okay.
Shake Shack's Double Shack Stack.
That's you.
The In-N-Out Double. You can make an In-N-Out burger. Dairy Queen Blizzards, cinnamon roll, Cinnabons classic roll. So all of these recipes, if you want to check them out, it's at PrestonandSteve.com.
How much of those recipes do you believe are reliant on the exact type of beef that they're getting? All that stuff, I assume, has to figure into it.
I think you can get it pretty
80%?
pretty close.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, if you're talking about like a burger, you need to know if they're using an 80-20 or 85-15, you know?
Yeah. So
51-50.
years ago, I figured out how to make. There's a roast beef place in St. Louis called Lion's Choice. It's a chain. There's tons of them in there, but they don't branch out outside of the city. And so I missed them so much. In fact, I had some when I just went back. I made sure I got Nemo's and that and Lion's Choice and Steak and Shake while I was there because you can't get them out here. But I figured out a way to replicate it on my own at home, and it did enough to satisfy me.
It did. You were a happy
It wasn't
man.
spot on, but it was close enough for me to go, yeah, I'm happy with this.
Leave me alone. I'm going to be with my roast beef.
That's what these recipes might do for you.
So the Last Stand doesn't exist anymore, and
Your favorite hot dog
my
place.
favorite hot dog joint, and I mean. I miss their secret sauce, their chili sauce, and there's a couple of hot dog joints around in Delco that have tried to replicate, and it's just not the same. I mean, it is good, but I know the owner. Like,
why don't you ask?
Give me the recipe.
Why don't you sleep with them? Yeah. Offer sex in return for the recipe.
And then also, there used to be this little restaurant in Swarthmore called the Ingle Nook, and their cinnamon buns are the best, greatest cinnamon buns, and I've never had anything similar to that.
Why don't you sleep with them?
I will. I mean, I will give up my ass.
I will give my body to you.
Yes.
Just my ass.
That should be the name of your autobiography.
Yeah.
I'll give up my ass.
I'll give up my ass for your chili sauce.
Today we're talking to author Casey Boy, who wrote a book called "I'll Give Up My Ass."
I thought you liked that place down the shore, and that was the best sticky buns or cinnamon buns.
Let me understand.
Barry's Buns
You're
is good.
giving up your ass to get Cinnabons?
Barry's Buns is great, and by the way, they're closed today, tomorrow, and Sunday. They had a family thing going on, but
They brought. You got the schedule down.
How do you know this?
because I follow them on Twitter. No, Instagram.
They brought. They're the ones that brought down the stuff for the for Keenan's, right?
But I'm telling you, this the Ingle Nook. It was a cinnamon toffee. I can't. I really.
Cinnamon toffee.
Dude.
That's fantastic.
It was
Cinnamon toffee.
fantastic.
And they're gone? They don't exist?
It was a restaurant, like, and you know Swarthmore.
Yeah,
Nick,
yeah.
It was an big old house that was converted into a restaurant.
Was it a cinnamon roll?
It was a cinnamon
roll.
Well, no, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's cinnamon roll. Yeah,
Right, look up look up toffee cinnamon roll.
I knew that if I just kept
recipe,
saying roll, he'd say yeah.
and you might be able to find something similar.
I like toffee. I like cinnamon.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Mystery Lover's Kitchen, Inglenook biscuits.
Yes.
So there's your recipe right there.
Oh my
Casey.
gosh.
All you got to do
man.
is reach out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Use that Google.
Kathy, what were you going to say?
What's it called? Barry's what? Buns?
Barry's Buns.
They were absolutely delicious. Like one of the greatest things. That's not even something I
know.
would choose. They
Yeah.
were so good at Keenan's. But remember, Case, I went down, and I was a little disappointed. They weren't as fresh as what we had.
What time did you go?
Well, in the morning, wouldn't they have been fresh that morning?
No, you're right. But I mean, those guys, they start early. So when we got our stuff for Keenan's,
Yes, I'd like to have some of your delicious buns.
that was as fresh can be. I mean, we picked them up
Yeah.
at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that was. So if you could bring some back for me, that would be great.
I'll do that for you.
Listen, we got to get a winner. We got to find
yeah,
out who knows what movie this particular food clip is from. Here we go.
I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, John. I'm fried.
Soft mattress?
Yeah, that could have been it. It could have been the soft mattress, or it could have been the midnight rape, or the nude gay art show that took place in my room. One of those probably added to the lack of sleep.
Try one of these scones. You're going to love them.
I'm a little too traumatized to have a scone. Let's move.
All right, let's go to Jennifer, see if she knows the answer. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jennifer, what movie is that from, please?
Wedding Crashers.
Wedding Crashers. Exactly. We do too. Hang on, Jennifer. We'll get your information, and here's what we have for you.
Jennifer, you won our last case of Philly favorite from our friends at Iron Hill Brewery. The Hazy IPA is perfect for all of your tailgate needs this season. Available in 4-packs and 12-packs wherever craft beer is sold.
Casey, we have two guests in the next segment. Should we wrap up now?
Is Ali here? He's not even here yet. Let's do one more, man.
We have Patton at 9:30. Okay, all right.
fine.
We'll do one more clip and one more story, and then we will wrap it. And here is the final clip. What movie is this food clip from? I love this one. Here we go.
Sweetie, okay, there's a lot of children starving in America, right? I mean, take a look at her. She's American, huh? Really skinny. You want to look like that?
No.
Then eat your nuggets.
All right.
I don't know that one.
It's funny, though. 215-263-WMMR. Eat your nuggets. All right.
Yes.
One last story. There is a new record for the world's longest cheesesteak, and it belongs to a diner in Idaho.
This sucks so hard.
You suck so
You
hard.
suck so hard.
The Main Street Grill in Lewiston, Idaho, claimed the unofficial title on August 26 when they built a behemoth 722.8-foot-long cheesesteak as part of the picturesque Valley Town's Summer Festival celebration. Frank Webster, the executive chef
Sucks so bad.
at Happy Day Restaurant, said, "We wanted to do something that was inspirational for our valley." The Idaho effort bested the previous record held by a place called the Steak Time Bar and Grill in Miamisburg, Ohio.
Ohio.
So the original owner or the previous owner of the longest cheesesteak was in Ohio, bested by a location in Idaho.
This is disgusting.
The Ohio location created a 650.3-foot long cheesesteak in May to celebrate a year in business.
Okay, though, is it one long bun, though? Because if it's just several buns and there's just a whole bunch of...
What I saw a picture of it. What didn't seem one straight, but they seem to have very long. It seemed to be a little bit more contiguous than other sandwich efforts.
Standard, 12-inch rolls all lined up next to each other. I don't count those either.
So here's the deal.
I don't think it counts. But how do you bake a roll that there's not an oven that's big enough? You know.
Well,
what I
then
mean?
you're going to have the world record for the longest oven.
Yeah. So see what they were doing is they put the meat across. To me, that gives you a little bit more credibility.
It bridges.
But you really should have. I mean, it'd be where would you bake a 720-foot roll?
Well, what we're looking at here is not the Idaho one because that guy clearly has a Geno's shirt on that is preparing.
Okay, so in 2021, more than a dozen Philly chefs and restaurants collaborated to build a 510-foot cheesesteak that stretched 3 blocks through the Italian market. So that was that one probably.
You know where this stuff can work, where they do like a lasagna, when they make like a swimming pool size lasagna, because you're not having to worry about the bread.
Yeah. All right, we're going to see if we can get a winner for this clip. What movie is this from?
You haven't finished your nuggets yet, sweetie. Okay, there's a lot of children starving in America, right? I mean, take a look at her. She's American, huh? Really skinny. You want to look like that?
No.
Then eat your nuggets.
All right, let me go to Matthew. Hey, Matthew, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? Matthew, what movie is that from?
That's from Daddy Daycare.
That is incorrect. It is not Daddy Daycare.
Damn it.
Sorry, Matthew. That means we need another caller. 215-263-WMMR.
So Nuggets made me think of this commercial I saw last night. Did you guys see the most recent Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes State Farm commercial?
No.
Oh, dude. Andy Reid needs to be on TV in acting way more. He is so funny in this commercial. And at the very end, he talks about chicken nuggets. And it was like that whole don't mind if I do thing.
Yeah.
All right. I
Putting
have
his
the
fingers
audio.
together?
Yeah. I have the audio. It's not the whole thing.
Wow. Let's hear it.
All right. This is like just the last 10. I hope we captured it in the last 10 seconds of the commercial.
It can be more affordable if you bundle them together.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Explain it again with those nuggies.
Explain it again with those nuggies.
With those because as they're explaining the combo meals, he's eating what they're talking about, right? So
Okay.
he starts with the fries, and then he takes a huge bite of the burger, and then when they get done explaining the combo thing, he wants more of their food, and he literally does that finger thing where he's like, "Ooh, the nuggies."
You touch your fingers together and kind of wiggle them around.
I think the visual would probably help, I think.
All right, we're going to see if somebody does know the answer to what movie this is from. That clip is from. We'll go to Emily. Hi, Emily.
Hi, how are you?
Good, Emily. So name it. What movie is that from?
Crazy Rich Asian.
That is correct, yes. Hang on just a second. You got it right. And that means We got some tickets for you, Emily.
Emily, you're going to go see Eddie Izzard or Izzard, and that is going to be on Thursday, September 14th at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. The one and only Eddie Izzard is back in North America for the first time in 4 years with a brand new comedy tour. Tickets for both nights, September 14th and 15th, are on sale now via KimmelCulturalCampus.org.
Excellent. All right, and that's it. The Connoisseur is over. We're done. We're closing up shop. Thank you for coming by, and hope you've enjoyed this food segment and the prizes we have to give away. We still have stuff to give away in the form of the Word of the Week prize. Pretty cool event tonight with Evanescence and an overnight stay in Atlantic City. And we have a couple of guests on the way, including Ali Saddiq and Patton Oswalt.
Awesome.
Plus the A to Z. We'll come back in a moment with both of them. Stay put.
Stuff that they have you doing is hilarious. I love it. And again, a lot of people forget, out of the gate, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe for the Best Comedy Series and so on and so forth. And then suddenly I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, you know, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, you know, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. You know, when you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But just as the deal, and you want to talk about math and science, if you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is literally only 5,000 homes.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute, why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes, yeah.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. It's just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second.
For a second.
That was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
What was that like? Because he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was the trick was we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. Like you got to, but see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, we got something for you. You should have seen at the premiere. They were like, hey, what is going on? No.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that. And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever. He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that I was, Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. What the hell's happening? And it was so good, dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with, he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You know?
He is.
He knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep. But you gotta listen. First of all, there's two people you can't imagine, you know, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to be irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I want to be like, you got to get Terry Crews, or you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like, in everything that I do, I want it to just be me. And that's what the ultimate in creativity is. You know what I mean? And when you got Ryan, when he created that character, he made it his, I can't even see it any other way. It was an honor.
Well, I think now you can say we need a Terry Crews type, and people know exactly what you're looking for. So you've reached that. Any shot of you returning? It has, because it's happened before, as in the Marvel universe or DC.
Ooh, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. In fact, when you look at Deadpool, I didn't die. I was literally on life support at the end. I was laying on the ground. They were pumping my chest.
It's true.
Beep, beep, beep. So anything can happen.
I'd love to see that.
I'm open to all of it because I can.
Yeah.
My deal is to always keep people surprised. I like to pop out of your cereal box. You know what I mean? Like, what is he doing? What is this? I literally, because this is the thing. Everyone had me at this kind of career.
Yeah.
And my deal is, you know, you can do anything. I want to show people I exist to show you what's possible. And that's for real.
Well, but the truth of the matter is whenever we see you, and this is the ultimate compliment, we know it's going to be a good time. You're in so many things that we enjoy. That, you know, in our microcosm here, when people say, like, when they listen to the show and it gets into a tough time or something, that's the ultimate compliment. You're that exponentially with so much that you do in those projects. That's got to be, you know, that's got to be so fulfilling.
But this is why, again, growing up in Flint, Michigan, and the whole log line was, you're going to hate your life. So, you know, you got to get ready to make the sacrifice right now. You know, and I was like, no. I am only going to do what I love.
Yeah.
If I make a little bit of money, fine. But I'm only going to do what I love. But you know what happens? Everything I'm doing now, I would do for free. I'll be honest with you. I'll do AGT for free. I would do Brooklyn Nine-Nine for free. But what happens is, when you love it that much, they pay you a lot of money.
Well, that is the advice I tell our interns. Or my father, both Preston and I fathers gave us the same advice. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you will naturally excel at it because you will invest the time in it. And with that will come the reward.
Dude, I feel like I am playing all the time. I've just said play. And when I get there, it's like, my God, who gets this? Who gets this? You know what I mean?
Well, you deserve it, man.
It's
You really
wonderful.
do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. America's Got Talent, Mondays, 8 o'clock, and it's the Champions that's going on right now.
Yeah.
So make sure that you we've loved you here last time you were here. We absolutely loved it. You got to come back anytime you're in Philly. We love having you here.
I love coming
You're
here,
such a
guys.
positive energy force. So.
First of all, you know, when people talk about this stuff too, you know, people kind of there's people who like roll their eyes, like, yeah, Mr. Positive. But first of all, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that's not true. No. And this is the deal. Because what's happening is your brain is like, it grows weeds. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And you constantly got to pluck that junk out.
Yeah.
All the crap, all the little stuff, all that mess. You got to always, this is why you have to clean your house. This is why you have to dust all the time. Because if you leave it there, it's going to get dirty and it's going to get messed up. So this is the part of being positive, is reminding myself what's true, what's real. Like, it is up to you. You can do it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's not hyperbole. It's not, oh, man, we're pie in the sky. This is for real stuff, man. I don't want anybody to mix it up and think that I'm just like blah, blah. Woo,
No,
woo.
we firmly believe in what you're saying, creative visualization, seeing the prize and going after it. People who dispense and dismiss it will pay the price for it. And there's so much to be gleaned if you allow yourself to buy into it and move forward, because ultimately everyone wants everyone to realize their optimum, their maximum, and that's something that you can achieve.
I'm with it, man.
It's not just crap.
I'm with it.
I love
Let's go. I'm pumped now. Let's work out again. I don't want to be your whore.
Perfect segue. Let's hear it for Terry Crews. Love you, man. Thanks for being here. Terry Crews.
TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but MeTV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners but I loved the Flintstones, and they're the same show. Basically,
It's the same show. Yeah.
But I didn't like the honeymoon because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah,
he just
Alice, I'm gonna beat you to death with a hammer.
Right. That's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
If
moon.
my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ah, the good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They loved
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too.
Yeah.
Because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who
Somebody
can.
Do you remember in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
The audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Brought to you by Patient First Clothing. Thank you, Kathy. Our next guest, his shows are so sold out that they have added a rare Saturday afternoon show.
You think that happens all the time?
That does not
happen all the time.
Often at all. And he will be at Punchline. We're happy to welcome to Philadelphia Ali Saddiq to the show.
What's going on, Kathy? I'm so impressed by your traffic. I'm so impressed because they used to try to have me do that. And I could do it. But my commentary in between saying stuff, I'm still confident. I would have been like, and see, I've been telling y'all about that bridge. You know what I'm saying? See, but the commentary is what got me fired from doing traffic. They pulled me.
Well, that's because there's somebody in their car who's like a tenth of a mile away from the exit that will save them from all the crap that's ahead. And if you don't get to it right away, they're sitting in their car. Come on, Ali!
I was horrible. They would give me the report, and I would be like, so okay. It's always traffic over here. I don't even know why it's always on here.
It's true.
My commentary was horrible.
Well, you're doing radio right now.
I'm still doing radio.
We're just saying that you worked for our old company a couple of companies ago.
You upgraded.
Yeah. So do you like it? Do you like doing the radio? Because obviously you stand up is your playground.
I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm at the station.
Yeah.
I show up.
That's half the battle.
I've been sent to HR more than anybody in the history of Radio 1.
Really?
I've been in HR. Sometimes I just walk in and I do the first break, and then I go to sit in my little room and watch the HR film that they sent to me. I'm like, I couldn't say that. I see why.
We had an HR guy, Ali. It's the truth. When they brought him in, and we'll never forget it. We're in this Radio 1 conference room, and his opening statement to all the DJs and everybody in the room goes, "I love to fire people." And we're like, "You gotta be. That's your opening line."
Yeah, this is how bad it is. The program director just has come and just stood in the window to make sure I didn't say anything. Stick to the breaks.
Staring at him.
And then they have a clock. They have put 2 clocks in there for me.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It was 1 clock. That man has been doing radio for 50 years. And fucking Larry Jones has been doing radio 50 years.
Yeah.
He has 1 clock. He's always had 1 clock. He said, Ali, because he talks real smooth. Ali, this is the first time we've had 2 clocks. You cannot do a 8-minute break. You cannot do it. Like I do 8-minute breaks. I do.
Yeah. What's the format?
It's crazy. It's supposed to be music, a little talk, more music, but
there's your problem because we will do 40, 45 minutes. You know, we do huge, super long breaks, and the music is so we can go to the bathroom. But we do little music. But I used to, one of my first radio jobs. I kid you not, the program director had a stopwatch. And it would be like 3 minutes would be the longest. That you had to keep it right in there, and that was as rigid as it got. A stopwatch.
A stopwatch.
Yeah.
I can't be free. I said, y'all hired me to be me.
Yeah.
And then now you want to put me on a time clock. And man, this is crazy. It's like I'm running a fast break all the time on radio. And so you had the front man who they bring me in for the 30 seconds of wild nonsense. Like he don't even turn my mic on. My mic is never red until it's time for me to go. That's how I know it's go. It's like, Ali, it's on you. 30 seconds of straight nonsense.
You're out to
shoot. And then
shoot.
they click me out. And then people are satisfied. They're like, okay, we got a little dose of them.
Yeah.
I'm a crazy man.
All right, now this is in Houston?
In Houston.
Is that, did you grow up in Houston?
I grew up in Houston.
All right, so I have a friend of mine that lives there. I've never been there, but he has sent me some pictures of that, like the highway structure there and everything. It's just, that city's just growing beyond belief.
It is insane.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of Philly people.
Yeah.
I'm constantly just ridiculed by Philly people. They call in the stations late night. Keisha, she calls in every day. She's so Philly. You know what I'm saying? She's so Philly. So it's this influx of people that live in our city now, and we have to build some roads.
Yeah.
You know, we find out that East Coast people cannot drive at all, period. Because they're not accustomed to it. Like we have really wide streets. You know, we can go far, fast.
Yes.
Like
it's true.
You can actually do whatever's on your dashboard. We have enough road for you to actually do it. Like if you got 160, do it. But I don't understand when this traffic thing in our road, because I'm never in traffic because I stay on the back streets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, if people don't know me, my old profession, I used to be a street pharmaceutical rep, which is very frowned upon.
Street pharmaceutical rep.
Yeah, very frowned upon.
And the state gave you an award for that.
I'm talking about
Free trip for 6 years?
They gave you free room and board for 6 years.
They gave me a scholarship. Hey, do you want to go play for the University of State? Not really, but yeah. So I'm on back streets a lot. I get to work. I get to work like I'm dropping off drugs.
You know what though? You're probably better than what Waze.
I'm way better than Waze. Waze don't know where they going. Follow me. You know what?
Oh my God!
I wanted to ask you, Ali, just quickly because I saw this pop up, and I was, obviously you had your first special, The Domino Effect, and The Domino Effect 2 now, which is a direct sequel. And I was reading it, and tell me if this is true or not, but that you decided to take complete ownership through YouTube. And you did that because you posted stuff from your prior special, and you posted and got flagged for posting your own material.
Comedy Central, I'm you're trying to promote yourself. I go on Instagram, I take a clip of my Comedy Central special. Keyword, my Comedy Central special. And I posted on my Instagram, keyword, my. And all this is me, right? My face, my stuff, everything. And I get flagged for copyright infringements of posting my own material.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about, I'm like, what? They flagged me. And then I say, how you flag me for me?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you don't own it.
What?
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Comedy Central owns it.
Comedy Central owns it. This is a Comedy Central. They has the rights to it. I was like, so I called Comedy Central. I'm like, hey, people, can y'all sign off and say I can promote myself? They was like, no.
What?
Because they were in negotiations of, like people don't realize Comedy Central is really non-existent.
These days, yeah.
Paramount bought Comedy Central.
Yeah.
So now Paramount owns the footage on me. So let me give you a little gossip. Yeah. So when I dropped Domino Effect on YouTube, we beat in viewership. We beat every network. Every single network.
Right.
Like when people say, well, you need a Netflix special, I don't need anything.
Right, yeah.
Because the viewership is more with what I did versus Netflix. I beat every Netflix special in 2022 by at least 3 million, 4 million views.
You were up to like 1 million views in just like 4 or 5 days, weren't you?
Yeah. It was crazy, right?
Yeah.
Wow. So we dropped that, and so we own 100% of it.
Yeah.
And we can do what we want to do with it. The fact of getting flagged for your own stuff, man, it was just
to me, the short-sightedness is that they're going to promote something that people are going to check out and stream, and that's what they want, right? Yeah. So why would they cut that off?
I'm thinking we all on the same team.
Yeah.
Yes. But somebody said, no, you're not on the team. You're the face. You AI. You're the face of the team. But you're not really on it.
You're the AI in this case.
Yeah, so that was the thing. And
well, the special it's getting great reviews, and it says it's a direct sequel, but it's saying that what was it? One of the reviews I read said it's a rare comedy about grief. That and grief and suffering. Would you say that that's accurate?
I say that is 100%. Hey, you must have read the write-up in the L.A. Times.
That had to be where it came from. Yeah.
Yes, the L.A. Times and New York Times gave me great reviews on those two specials.
Because we were joking, but you've been very candid about your time in jail and your earlier life, and oddly enough, in the best of cases, when you have a great comedic mind, great stuff comes from pain.
It does.
Yeah,
and so 3 and 4, I'm getting ready to film Domino Effect 3 and 4 at the Capitol Turnaround Theater in D.C. And we had to add 2 shows.
Wow.
We maybe 400 tickets from being completely sold out for another it's another direct, like I'm finishing the story.
Right.
Wherever I dropped off in 2, it's picking up right there for 3 and 4.
There's no way you could have been doing in the life you were leading, and you talked about you had some people who were trying to guide you, and some people who were good influences, and you were doing, I think you were a coach for a while, right? For a team, and you had a winning team, and so you were doing
girls basketball, girls solely basketball.
So you had these things that were like normal outside of the other activity, the illegal activity, where you were excelling at. And you just went down this path, but the different ways that you ended up down there, and the different ways you dealt with it are fascinating. But could you, at that time, even remotely think of where you are now back then? It would have been absolutely alien to you, right?
Yeah, it was definitely foreign. Like my mindset was so different at that time, and then you start to gradually grow. It's a big thing about age and influence.
Yeah.
I'm in a place where it's very, mean people.
Yeah.
In some way, I'm finding the right guidance in this space for 6 years. So you guys understand, I'm a kid.
Yeah.
I went to prison. I'm incarcerated 4 days after I turned 19. My birthday is October the 17th. October 21st, I am incarcerated. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still a child in this environment, very violent, but I'm somehow finding people that, hey man, don't do this, and hey man, you can't really do it like this. I was matching the energy. When I got to prison, I was matching the energy. So, whatever you came with, I was matching it.
Okay. So you were finding there were people who were in that realm, and you're there's some great stories that you tell about, like even like your own dad, or there are little glimpses of things that resonated to you, like that's probably good advice, from this guy who's not so good.
It's perfect advice, so because I got an uncle that's not so good.
Yeah.
But his advice helped me the whole entire time I was incarcerated. Like I used to think about, why would he be telling me these things? I'm a kid.
Yeah.
But he's already been in and out. He's just telling me from his experience. I'm with him.
Yeah.
I'm hanging out with him. So when you remember these things, when you get incarcerated, which I never thought I would be, And then I'm remembering things that my uncle said. So I'm being a very vulnerable opponent.
Yeah.
And plus, I've been boxing since I was a child. So I'm good at fighting. So this if it's gonna be a fight, this is nothing.
Right.
But then the next level of this thing goes to another level.
Yeah.
And then you got to get that.
Right.
And
yeah.
And then you start noticing that the people who's supposed to be the meanest people, they had a different. They're not that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in here is actually scared.
Yeah.
Because now you're in a place. It's not like you in Walmart and you thinking like somebody in Walmart could potentially be violent in Walmart.
Right, yeah.
No, everybody in here is potentially violent. Like everybody in here is a problem. Yeah. But you got to kind of put yourself in a hierarchy. Like if y'all gonna come to me, you gonna have to come to me with everything.
So it's about positioning yourself to the population and
jockeying.
And you were funny though. You were the guy who was the laugh guy.
Not at first.
Not at first.
That's the thing.
How long did it take you to realize that was something you could do?
I didn't realize that I was jovial, and this is very sarcastically jovial. Yeah. I didn't realize that until maybe the second year.
Huh.
Because the first year, I was a handful.
Yeah.
Second year, it was getting worse. Because I never forget it, because Blackshirt, this guy who I did not know, Blackshirt came and talked to me. Old head dude. Hey man, you mind if I speak with you? And I still do this to this day because of that influence. When you get a talk, when somebody want to talk to you and it's a respect, you walk around the rec yard and everybody had their hands behind their back and we just be casually just talking. This is very friendly. This is very informational. This is posturing, right?
Okay.
When it changes is when you see somebody, it's like two people walking behind you while you walking one person, and then everybody's hands is in front.
Okay.
So me and Blacks are talking, and he said, hey, man, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, because we obviously know nobody can tell you what to do. But, man, you can't really do your time like this. Like, you fighting a lot. Like every time we see you, and this is because I was on the basketball court.
Yeah.
As long as I was playing basketball, I was into it with somebody. I'm throwing the ball in people's face. And it's not like people wasn't responding back to me. It's like basketball was a problem with me.
Yeah.
And so he said, maybe you might want to stop playing basketball for a while.
Yeah.
So I go back to what I actually know. I've been playing chess since I was 6. My father taught me how to play chess. Been playing since I was 6. Love this game. So I just started playing chess with the old heads. Never got into a fight on the chessboard. Never. So then I just started playing chess and thinking a little different and trying to, somewhere in the middle of that, I said, man, I need to prepare myself for whenever I get out and go home. So
playing life like chess.
Yeah. That was the thing. And then you start talking to different people. I have ran into some very educated people. And I've learned about the stock market. I learned about voting.
Yeah.
I learned how real estate. I learned so much because it was people who was incarcerated that were professionals that ran into some bad times. Man, the person that was above me, his name was Garrett. He was a big time New York stock broker. And he just happened to start smoking crack. And he got caught up. And this is the thing. He read the paper every day and read the stats. So he would just, I'm on the bunk below him, and he just, hey, man, let me tell you what's going on with the dials.
That's wild.
The dials? What's dials? Then now he got the paper, and look, see, this is how you got to watch this right here. So you learn this incarcerated.
Huh.
And it seems like what Steve was saying, maybe using the game of chess to plan 2-3 steps ahead and to how to counter and maybe not doing it in the wrong way, counter and planning for another counter from the other person and so on like that.
It's a great game for that.
It's a great game for that.
It's
the best.
It's the best game. This is a thinking game because you can't, a lot of people deal with things by just torching the whole thing. Chess, you can't do it. Even when you make a bad move, you still got to regain position. You can't just burn the whole, I can't lose all my pawns. I can't lose this whole side of the board.
That's right.
I have to, hey, man, wait a minute. And then what's crazy is about me, it is actually, my life is actually like a chessboard. It's hard to beat me if I lose my queen. Like people
Really?
think the queen is the most powerful piece. My father, I didn't play like that.
Really?
I played. That's the least important piece on the board to me because she makes me weak.
You rely on her?
I rely on her too much, and then I'm trying to protect her too. I'm trying to keep her,
and that gets you in trouble.
And once I lose my queen,
Yeah.
now I actually start playing. I start
That's pretty
thinking,
wild.
and I put her out there for you to take her. I want you to take her. You know what I'm saying? Because I want her off the board. So now let's start. Let me show you the strategy of this real game. I am way better when the lady who live in my house is taken care of and out the way. Like here, I don't want you to cause any chaos for me. I want everything to be in line so I can make my move. I move way better.
You watch Queen's Gambit at all?
Yes, I watched the whole thing.
Yeah. Did you like that?
I love that movie.
Okay.
I love the series. I watched the whole thing. It's crazy. I watched everything about chess that's ever came out. Everything.
Searching for Bobby Fischer and all that. Yeah.
Watched it the other day.
Yeah. Did you really?
Just random. Just watched it the other day. It was in the middle. I'm clicking through and it was in the middle. I'm like, that's what I'm watching.
But this is like your life. But the thing is, it's all juxtaposed with very funny observations, very funny, very astute stuff with this as well. Have you been approached by anybody for a real movie version or of your life?
I have a pitch that somebody making for me on September 19th. I got to go sit down for a pitch. I think I want to do it myself.
Really?
Okay. I think I want to do. It's 3 movies because I'm really not a movie guy. With stand up, and I'll tell you why. I have a huge problem with people deeming somebody a great comedian because they did something else. That's a problem with me.
Right.
Just because you was in a good movie doesn't make you a great stand-up. Just because you did a good record or you was on a series, that doesn't make you a good stand-up. Stand-up, the craft of stand-up is about you crafting something, not somebody else's words. Your words. You know, there's never... I don't understand. If you're a butcher, right, and you good with knife, do people tell you that you should be a surgeon?
That's a very good point.
I don't.
Thank you for the London broil. Now do neurosurgery.
So with stand up and these movies, I just want to do the things that make sense to me, so to speak. You know, and if it's about me, it's certain things and people that you have to put in there, and it doesn't matter that it's uncomfortable. It's the story.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes people. I don't know another comic that people come to see that's actually just talking about them. Like I'm not bringing in current events. I'm not. Oh, let's talk about the killer that's out on the loose. I'm not. I'm talking about how do I stifle the killer that's in me.
Well, you got to say this. It's working. You had to add a show. Yeah. Right, so whatever you're doing, keep at it. And honestly, your stuff is really enjoyable. Congratulations on the special and having ownership of it too. I think that's a cool thing. So
and did you see Lost?
I saw the first one.
No. So you saw first Domino Effect?
Yes.
Okay. So the second one. Watch the second one.
Right.
Call me after that one.
All right. I will.
The second one.
I found the first one very impressive.
And what's the crazy thing? The second one, I did the second one, and people. The honesty. Go ahead and ask your question.
No. We got to wrap because we got another guest coming up. But
another guest.
I know.
I thought the donuts were for me. I thought the whole.
He's on Zoom. He's on Zoom. Yeah. It's Patton Oswalt.
Yeah. Do you know Patton Oswalt?
I know Pat. Okay, I can see.
Do you want me to bring him up right now?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, hang on. Let me. Patton, we've got Ali Saddiq here with us. Can you hear me, Patton? Oh, we can't hear you. I can see your mouth moving, and I've got everything turned on here.
Yeah. He's great.
Hear me now?
There we go. There we go. Hey, Patton, how you doing, man?
Great.
And
I'm sitting here listening to Ali. He's hilarious.
I'm leaving, Patty. It's your turn. I'm leaving. I thought everything was for me.
I miss those days reading you the Dow Jones pages.
It was Patton Oswalt.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know.
He used to be a street pharmaceutical rep.
How did he end up with the upper bunk?
You buried the lead, man. It was Patton
Didn't
Oswalt.
name me. That was great.
I thank y'all for having me.
That's great. Absolutely, Ali.
Hey,
But listen, yeah, Domino Effect. So you've got 3 and 4. Is that what you're promoting for the show at Punchline?
No, I'm just doing the
just
show
doing
at
the stand-up.
Punchline.
Okay.
I when the specials get ready to come out, I just drop them, and people like, I didn't know he's recording special. I like the surprise element.
Okay.
All right.
You know, but now that I'm on y'all show, everybody knows now.
Everybody knows. All right. Well, like Steve was saying, a show has been added. Everything else is sold out, but there's a 4 p.m. show tomorrow at Punchline. So make sure you go see Ali while he's here. Do great to see you. Thank you. Ali Saddiq on the program. And now we officially welcome Patton Oswalt to the program. Hey, Patton, thanks. We appreciate you chatting with him for a little bit. But
Man, have you seen his bit about he stands on a stool and says, "Here's how I can tell who's over 40 and who's under 40"?
No,
I have not seen that.
He just stands up on a stool. He goes, anyone under 40 doesn't see this as dangerous. Everyone over 40 is like, you better be very careful getting down. Like, it was, I shared that clip with so many people. It's so perfect.
What's funny about that is earlier this week, I was walking down the steps in my house, and I was walking very, very carefully and with purpose. And I was like, when was the last time I booked down the steps? When was the last time I actually ran down the steps? And it had to have been.
It seems very cavalier at this age.
Yeah, I'm like, what am I, crazy?
What am I, a stair guy?
There's a moment in the bit where he gets off the stool on the ground, and he still, both his feet are on the ground, and he still double checks that his feet are both flat like that. Oh, that's right. You're never sure of where you're standing. It was, oh my God.
Well, it's great to have you on the show, Patton. And you know,
by the way, it's City Winery, October 7th.
Yeah, I was going to hit that, which is cool. So, and obviously, you're state of the art as far as comedy goes. One of our absolute favorites. I have to tell you, though, I am so envious of you. I'm a fan of the Criterion Channel.
Oh.
And I saw a video. Criterion, for people who don't know, they do these loving restorations and collections of movies. And I got into them when I was, laser discs years ago. And you got to go into the Criterion closet. So if you're a film fanatic, this is Valhalla. What was that like?
The whole experience, you go to the Criterion offices in New York, you go into their closet, and you just start. It's kind of torture because they give you one of their tote bags.
Yeah.
Which is, it's big but not huge. So once your tote bag is full, you're done. So you have to be very careful. Okay, what do I? Because you want everything.
Yeah.
And so you got, okay, which ones of these? And then here's what they don't film. When you're done, they have a room with all of their original laser discs in it, which they're not made anymore. And some of those laser discs have commentary on them that don't exist anymore. There's a Raging Bull disc with a full Martin Scorsese commentary that's not out there anymore. Like, it's just amazing the stuff they have there.
The Criterion Laserdisc, the 2001, there was CAV and CLV. And you could get, they were, not to get too geeky here, but you could go frame by frame. And the rumor is, Patton, that Kubrick himself noted that there was a blur on like frame 1,448. Like, he just went through and just scanned the whole thing, and that's how pedantic he was about it. But you, and I'm a little bit more geeking because you brought up one of my all-time favorite movies. You selected it. You're the only other person I ever heard mention it, Pale Flower.
Oh.
This is a cool Yakuza Japanese noir movie, and my head nearly lifted off when you mentioned that. It's just great.
It is so dark, and especially because it's a film from the early 60s, so you don't expect movies back then to be that bleak and go that deep into death and addiction. It does. And what's even more disturbing about it is it's so stylish and good looking that it takes you a minute to realize how dark and deep this movie's going, because it looks so great the whole time.
It's super cool. It's just cool. It just oozes coolness.
So cool.
Yeah.
That's the best way to put it. It's one of those movies that just every frame looks cool.
Yeah.
I want to live in this world, even though it's about death and heroin addiction. I will happily live in this world if I could look that cool.
Yes, I apologize for the geeking, but I just have to acknowledge it. Yeah,
I'm gonna further it, Steve, because Patton, and I apologize in advance if people ask you this question too often. But I watched your filibuster on Parks and Rec again, the extended cut, and it is remarkable to me. And I believe that came out about 10 years ago. It is remarkable to me how many things you called in advance that ended up happening in the Star Wars universe or ended up happening in the Marvel universe. And looking back on it 10 years later, I'm like, Patton Oswalt is a genius. He should be writing for Star Wars. He should be writing for Marvel. Have you watched it? Have you gone back and seen the things that you said that have actually come true?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it just felt like, where else is all of this going to go? Because all of those movies it's an ATM machine, and you don't want it to stop paying out. So once, and they're all very creative films, but there comes a time where the money and the momentum take over, and you end up with a movie like The Flash, where it's just everything, we're putting it all in, Nick Cage and Superman, and here's Michael Keaton. The money dictates what the movie has to be at that point.
Yeah,
just throw everything at the wall.
I agree, and we've had this discussion quite a lot. And you try. Listen, there was a time, and Preston would describe it, I think, very accurately at the beginning of the Marvel rollout, Patton.
Yeah.
Where it was literally like you were, your favorite rock act was returning to town every time the next movie came out.
Yeah,
and
that's how exciting.
That's how it. Yeah. And I thought that was a beautiful analogy, because that was it. And now there are, I have to say, the notion of waiting for something to hit, home video or streaming, and I have a good rig at home, obviously, but the notion of not seeing it in the theater and waiting, that's actually something that's common now. That zeal is gone.
It's weird. And it also became like, like you would be excited to see these acts when they would first come out, and then 20 years later, they're all together on a big package tour. Like all of your favorite 80s groups. They're all together in one show. We know you guys are old. You don't have that much time. We'll just slap them all together on one show. You can see them all. And that's what it feels like now.
If you were, because obviously you were actually in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and you had a good run. Your credits are absolutely rock solid when it comes to genre stuff. What would you do to correct this? Do you think the idea of tamping down or mitigating the glut that we have will work to its benefit, or what is the big mistake that's being perpetrated now?
Well, I mean, the thing is, you and I we are right now talking as if as fans of the form, as fans of cinema. But what we're not talking about cinema. We are talking about money.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to try to put an art framework onto money. Money is an explosive diarrhea monster that wants to go everywhere, and we want to put a nice frame around it and go, let's do like a really deep, thoughtful Spider-Man movie, but then also throw in this and this and this. There's no way to contain that. So yeah, obviously I would make these movies a little more far in between. I'd make them I would hire, deeper directors and people with vision. I mean, I think Marvel made some good decisions. They brought in Taika Waititi.
Yeah.
In Thor Ragnarok. They brought in Zoe Zhao and Chloe Zhao. So you can bring in people with vision to do stuff, but ultimately the money will take over.
Yeah.
And it's why in the later James Bond movies, he's literally surfing on a tidal wave.
Right.
Because they're like, it's like this parasailing, put it in there. It's just
right.
That's how it is.
Right. No, and I agree, and I understand it's hard to contain it once it's exploded out that way. But again, you get those times. I remember when they he just got to a point where we got tired of seeing entire cities lift off their foundation, and everything is ending, and it's.
What is it? The third act is a beam in the sky. Oh, there's a beam in the sky. We got to stop the beam in the sky.
That's exactly
Here we go.
it. Yeah, and it just robs it. We were talking to Kevin Smith about this whole thing, and obviously he's passionate about it as well. And the how multiverse stuff tends to rob, and I'm a fan when it's done right, but they're going to it a lot, and it tends to rob stories of an inherent risk and finality when I'll just go to this, right?
When death doesn't matter anymore, there can never be any tension.
Right.
Oh, it is in the universe. So when you see a movie like Everything Everywhere All at Once or Into the Spider-Verse, and they know how to do the multiverse and make it count, and then you see other movies that I will not name where it's just like, it doesn't matter. If someone dies, we'll just change it, and then this guy comes in, or we can CGI a dead actor's face and have him do a cameo. It's just like, oh God, this is so depressing.
Well, it becomes that thing it's like, oh, okay, so my own best friend in this Earth is dead, and the next Earth he has a mohawk, but it's still essentially him. So, and
Also, they've never addressed with the multiverse. If the multiverse did exist and you were aware of it, wouldn't it drive you insane? It wouldn't be a good thing to encounter. You would see. So there's all these other versions of me, and I might not necessarily be the best version of myself, and so am I the product of a bunch of bad decisions? Yeah. And other universes are looking at me going, oh my God, look at him.
At least we're not like that slob.
You're the dustbin side of things. There was a great movie years ago. It was a pretty interesting concept, Journey to the Far Side of the Sun, which was a replica Earth, basically, and it was multiverse-ish, but they kind of addressed that, like what if I'm not,
right?
What is the other me like, and what gives me worth? And it was kind of interesting.
Yeah. That again, but that's going into depth and character rather than
the money diarrhea.
Look at this. Yeah. Look at this. Which, oh my God, it's just. But again, there are a lot of times when you see these movies and they're bad, it's hard to blame the director because I've kind of been close to some of it, and a lot of times the directors and writers have such a boot on their neck in terms of what else the studio is trying to do money-wise that they're trapped as well. They're trapped in a bad multiverse. Right. They're trapped in a multiverse where they have to do this superhero movie and suddenly it's evil and they're like, oh no, I'm in the wrong universe.
Yeah, that's their lot. That's wild.
If you're just tuning in, Patton Oswalt's going to be at the City Winery on October 7th. Tickets on sale at citywinery.com. Patton, I wanted to ask you something about By
the way, I just noticed the early show. There's only 12 tickets.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's late show tickets still left, but those are going to sell. But the early show, there are 12 tickets left. So just letting you guys know.
No, absolutely, and we'll keep hitting it because obviously it's October 7th, but you think that's far away, but it'll be honest before you know it.
I wanted to ask you
if there's any local theater casts for 12 Angry Men that want to come see me on the early show.
Dude,
actually,
you know what's funny?
Casey's daughter.
My daughters are in 12 Angry Women. They go to an all-girls school, and the cast list just got announced yesterday, and they both made the show. So.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Which one of your daughters is Lee J. Cobb?
Yeah, I have no idea. But my oldest has to do, she's the immigrant juror.
Yeah.
And so she's like, I got to do an accent. I'm like, oh, from what country? She's like, I don't know.
Did you do high school theater or anything like that, Patton?
Yeah, I did some plays when I was in high school. I did, God, what did I do? I did The Music Man.
Okay.
I did Bye Bye Birdie.
Oh, the classics.
Yeah.
I wasn't Conrad Birdie. I was.
I would like to see. That'd be very John Waters.
That would exactly. Yeah, that'd be great.
I wanted to ask you about a routine that you had done that made the rounds on social media. And the reason I ask you about it is because I want to see if it was in a particular special because I haven't been able to track it down. So I've got a couple of my kids are in the LGBTQ plus community. And you were talking about the differences between being politically correct and asking people of that community to please be patient with those of us who haven't quite got the terminology down yet. And you did a comparison of people using politically correct terms and how it doesn't really matter. That can come off horrible anyway. Yeah. Was that part of a special, or was that just you at a comedy club one night that was being filmed?
No,
or
it was part of I think it was part of a special called Talking for Clapping.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
I want to show my kids that, so I'm going to jot that down and see if I can find that because it was so brilliantly done.
Just look into people's hearts is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, look at sometimes when someone's not using the correct terminology, but they actually are saying the right thing. And a lot of times in life, you will find out that it's the evil people that will learn the correct terminology very early so that they can smuggle their horribleness in. So don't get hung up on the terminology. Look, yeah, that guy's on the way. He just hasn't learned the correct terms yet. Let's leave him alone.
I like that phrasing, smuggle the horribleness in. Does that surprise you? Because a lot of times, and I will see your bits pop up, and I don't know if it's you that's doing it. I would hope, or somebody that you have working for you, where segments of your stand-up will end up sent around in social media. And it's... I'm dialed into a lot of nerd stuff, so stuff that you've observed, a lot of that comes through. But is that, do you have sway over that, or is just that happenstance?
No, that's the great thing about doing comedy or creating anything artistic is that you don't control where it goes once it's out there. People will. I remember in my first book that I wrote had a chapter with all of these REM lyrics from their album. Fables of the Reconstruction. So I was recording the book on tape, and I through a friend, I had my friend ask Michael Stipe from REM, "Hey, would you read these lyrics for the audiobook?" And he said, "Yeah, I will." So he reads the lyrics on the audiobook, but he was looking at them the way that I wrote them down. He's like, "Oh, these are wrong. These aren't the lyrics for what he heard them in his own way." And I'm like, "Oh," and I was like mortified, like, "I will totally change." He's like, No. We put the song out there. Whatever you needed to hear, that's what you heard.
Wow.
And that actually has more meaning if that's what it meant to you. So a lot of times the bit that you do, you feel like it's like a throwaway bit, or like you try to be funny with it. You don't know what life it's going to have down the road. You don't get to control that, but that's actually kind of the fun part of this.
That is cool. That does sound cool.
Yeah, I love that. I love that about comedy is that something that you said earlier on then ends up becoming, oh, wow, he was actually kind of prophetic about that. The Parks and Rec filibuster was just, I riffed that in the moment. It wasn't scripted. They didn't yell cut. I was supposed to start saying, and now I would like to filibuster, and they were going to cut away, and then the directors went, let's not yell cut and see what he does.
Have you ever seen it, Preston? Have you?
I have.
Yeah. So it is, for people listening who have not seen it, it is a meticulous, and now even that much more devastatingly brilliant because you're riffing it. But it's you actually get the crew and everyone applauds when you finish.
After they walk off set, they one by one start leaving because Patton just keeps going and going and going. Patton, I wanted to ask you and say hello from a friend of yours, a mutual friend. We've become friendly with Michael Giacchino over the years, and he did.
Oh, nice!
He did the music for Ratatouille, and obviously you were one of the main voices in that. And so I didn't know if you guys were friends or not. I just texted him.
Oh, they did a project together.
Yeah. The Monster Challenge. And Werewolf by Night. So he says hello, and he's just a brilliant guy, and we consider ourselves lucky to be friendly with him because he's just the best.
Well, I was at his wedding. 2 months ago.
Wow. Yeah. No, it's he's working on Them. He's working on his remake of Them, which for people don't know is one of the all-time classic science fiction movies. And I said, it's in good hands because he's got an appreciation for that.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's weird is we did Monster Challenge together, which is a short film. I'm not in Werewolf by Night, but the monster suit that I wear, the head is mounted on the wall of the trophy room. So I am in that. It's like a little Easter egg from his earlier film. Werewolf by Night was so freaking good.
I agree.
It was tremendous. And I have to imagine that lit a fire. It's a double-edged sword here. It's because are we going to get robbed of that many more fantastic soundtracks? Because he did the music for that as well, but he definitely is right in our. I mean, I don't want to include myself with you guys, but in at least an appreciation of the material and this genre stuff, he gets it. So we actually need him directing and doing stuff like this.
Maybe he'll be one of a director that also does his own scores. I can't imagine how you'd have the energy to do that.
No, yeah,
Honestly,
it's too much. So with you, what about you? Because with all that you've done tremendous amounts of voiceover work, and obviously the Goldbergs, which ended, and other things like that. Do you have a fascination with perhaps pursuing the path of a director and continuing in that vein?
Yeah, I want to start directing. I'm going to start. Right now everything's kind of shut down, but I might. I don't know. I'm a little uncomfortable. I've been offered a couple of movies during the strike where they're like, "Well, we got a SAG waiver," and I'm like, I don't like the murkiness. I'm going to wait. I'm on the lines now, marching. When this ends, I will proceed with some projects that I had gotten started. But I like things to be clear and as clear as possible in these very murky, chaotic times. So
no, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, then I'll work on this stuff.
Can you tip the hand a little bit? Will these be genre related, or are you going to go in a very the Seventh Seal sort of way? Or
Seventh Seal. Actually, I saw the Seventh Seal about 10 years ago for the first time, and I'm like, well, I guess I should see this because it's important. And I was surprised. It's genuinely, it's like a Monty Python film.
Yeah.
A serious movie. It's very funny.
It's the classic Max von Sydow, the chess scene, and it's been parodied countless times.
But people see the stills, they go, this must be the biggest slog. And it's actually, F is really funny the whole time, has a really funny sense of humor about when he meets Max von Sydow, and it's like, wait, not yet. He goes, that's what you guys all say. Death and Death's like, and Death isn't like fine. He was just, Death is like rolling his eyes like, oh God, here we go. Okay, fine, let's, it's really funny.
Yeah, no, true. So what you can't tip your hand, but yeah, we'll see what you come up with.
And then I'm also writing a lot of comic books right now. Next Wednesday, new comic book coming out from Dark Horse called Minor Threats, The Alternates. Last year called Minor Threats, and this is the first kind of sequel of it that is coming out. So that is very exciting. Writing comics is like writing movies. You have to visualize and block it all out. So it's been fantastic.
Wow. Is it, do you have to, when working with comics, how is it different in being careful not to overwrite and so on versus for like a film or a comedy special or something like that?
The exact same way. When you write comics, your artist is your DP. He's your cinematographer.
Okay.
And so instead of going in this square, this will have, you can describe a larger action and then let them break it up on the page and figure out how it's going to look the best. There's been some things we've written, we thought it was going to be a bunch of squares. And he's like, I can do this in one visual, one giant splash page, and it'll be stunning to the people that watch it. That I love when the collaboration gets out of your hands.
And what a talent it is just to arrange the pages for those. For those who haven't picked up a comic book in a long time, when you first flip it open, you're like, at what point do I start reading? Where does the dialogue, does this go in clockwise order? But there's a flow to it that you eventually get into after you read a couple of them, and it's brilliant.
Well, it's the difference between a comic strip and a comic book. It's not Marmaduke. You're exactly right. When they're done, and that is like, you're Frank Miller or Alan Moore, or the people who know how to lay out a story like that. And obviously, as you said, your art director and the artists that you work with help create that story. But it's very cinematic. I mean, that's why it always we're big fans of Zack Snyder's The Watchmen. And because I don't know how much more faithfully, except for an ending change, you could port that story onto the screen.
Yeah, but there are certain aspects of comics that only work in comics. Like your odd number pages are your jump scares. That's where when you turn the page and you want something to be suddenly revealed, you put it on one of the pages so that, because their even pages are on the right, and you turn it, bam, there's the big surprise. So there are those same cinematic techniques. Where do I put my shots? Where do I put the surprises? How do I pace it out and time it? There need to be moments of character and just talking, and then suddenly things explode. And there's really cool ways you can do that.
It's funny because Marvel had I remember one of the first apps that really got traction on the iPad. When the iPad came out, they had they put their collection up. And to your point about turning the page over, it sort of eliminated that, at least in a way. Just the tactile you know,
they tried to do is you can now go frame by frame and they move you around the page. Your eyes around so you can get a sense of that. But there's nothing like the moment when you turn that page, like in The Dark Knight Returns when Batman first shows up after being gone for 10 years, but they're just showing the cops in their car like, oh, you're in for a show, kid. And then you turn the page and it's a full page of Batman coming down with the lights on. Oh, that's what the cops are seeing.
Yep.
And it's shock and it's amazing.
Yeah. Love that stuff. We were talking about earlier on the big money machine, and I wanted to go back a little bit because Nick had mentioned Ratatouille. Has there ever been, and I don't think there should be kicked around the idea of a sequel to that because it was so successful?
I've never heard a sequel being kicked around because that's in Brad Bird's wheelhouse. If he ever comes up with an amazing story that he likes, he'll do it, but he is not a guy that is rushing to make a sequel to anything. The Incredibles was a massive hit, and I'm sure they wanted a sequel immediately, and he waited till he had a genuinely brilliant story. So if a brilliant story comes to him, great. But if they never make a sequel to it, I'd be so happy. There are so many things where I'm like, that's it, you're done, leave it alone. No sequel. Leave it alone.
It's such a there are these precious gems that you just don't want to be sullied.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's part of it. I mean, the Incredibles is just flawless from beginning to end. The problem is to make those movies at that level. You're talking 3, 4, 5 years sometimes. All these things are in. We've had a number of the directors and writers in, and obviously Michael as well. But yeah, it's such a long process, and it's funny because things that Hollywood and maybe I'm wrong on this, Patton, that perceived as a trend. A lot of times, it's like when a star goes out in the universe. We haven't seen it. We were seeing it well after it's died. Am I correct on that?
If you're chasing a trend now, the movie you're making to chase that trend will not come out for another year. That trend will be gone.
Right.
I mean, that's what's going to be interesting about the Barbie movie made $1 billion plus, and I know the studio's like, do another Barbie. Barbie, they told a perfect story. They told the whole story. There's no further story to tell there. It's fine. Move on. Although again, that's in the hands of a filmmaker like Greta Gerwig, who's like, I got other projects. Like, I'm done. I have other stories I'm going to tell, and I'm going to go tell them. So, a lot of times it depends on what kind of power and leverage does the filmmaker have, the ability to say no. I mean, I know that when they finished Fast Times at Ridgemont High, they immediately wanted Jeff Spicoli movies out the wazoo, and Sean Penn showed up on the last day after his last scene, and his hair was cut short, he was clean, and he had bronzed his Vans and gave them to, Cameron, and was like, and goodbye to Jeff Spicoli.
Wow.
Well, they made a very bad sequel. I think it was actually with Chris Penn.
The Wildlife.
The Wildlife.
Oh, God. Leave it alone, something. But although, okay, in defense of sequels, and I still hate sequels, but I remember there was a quote by, of all people, Sylvester Stallone, and I love this quote. He's like, you know why Hollywood makes so many sequels? Because making a movie is like getting dressed for the prom in a closet. You don't know what you're putting on. I don't know what it's going to look like. And if you come out and it looks good, you're like, okay, let's do this again. Because all you remember is all the times you did something and it came out and it looked like crap. So there is that, you know what, if I got it to work, it's such a miracle, let's just do it again.
It makes total sense. I mean, if you talk, there was a time, Lin-Manuel Miranda's making a musical version of The Warriors.
Yeah.
And we are massive Warriors fans.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but that's one that's sort of an obvious that they've never touched because it is that perfect type of film. So I think, you know what? Horror sort of lends itself to that, where you can have those independent filmmakers create those movies, and they don't always get sequels. Sometimes they do, but I think people are more encouraged to make the one-offs. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, or make, again, a movie like Barbarian or It Follows or Get Out are such perfect. You don't need to make that into a franchise. But if you have the movie with the guy that you shoot 8 times and you look over the balcony and now he's gone.
Yeah.
What's the and he's Roger Ebert called it the he's still out there somewhere movies, which means that killer can keep coming back.
Yeah. Wow. Well, listen, we appreciate your time, Patton. Excited that you're coming into Philadelphia. And as you said, I'm sure by now those 12 tickets are gone for the earlier show.
Well, we've got to hang it up then if we haven't been able to sell 12 tickets.
But there's a later show, and you can go to citywinery.com, and that show will be on October 7th. So, dude, thanks for your time. It is so great to talk to you. We're just massive fans of you.
Wow, thanks for geeking out with me. This was fantastic.
We'll do it anytime.
Anytime you want
to geek out, man. We appreciate it. All right,
It's a
thanks.
date.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Patton Oswalt, everybody. Take care, man. Good to see you. Oh, that's so cool. I love it. He's great. What a great writer. I mean, he's just fantastic.
So again, geeking out about the Criterion collections, but I fell down a hole last night watching one right after another of these great movie makers going in there, and they pick out the movies they like and they recommend, and at the end of the video they list the movies that they pick. So they're kind of curating their choices, and it's wonderful.
I didn't realize or I had forgotten about the project that he and Giacchino did together, so I reached out to Michael because of Ratatouille. Michael sent me the pictures that Patton was referring to. Steve, I don't know if you've seen these before, but here is the thing that hangs on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'll send them to Marissa and we can post them. The fact that those two guys are buddies makes me happy.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
that was Michael's very first direction that he had done on a short film of any type, and he got Patton to be a part of that.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Which is great. So, all right, well, that was nice. We do need to break, and I would like to give something away for you for being so patient with us. And hanging out. We have, let me see here, tickets to join Casey, Nick, and Marissa for the special murder mystery event at Red Room Theater next Wednesday. And it's courtesy of 20th Century Studios, a haunting event. You have to be at least 21 years of age. This comes with a complimentary buffet and a first free drink and admission to the advanced screening of the film, which is actually the night before that. So let's take, how many should I give away?
Let's do 3.
All right, callers 10, 11, 12, 215-263 WMMR. We will give you those passes, and we will take a break and be right back. And the A to Z continues, and the Bizarre File is coming up.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak.
What you were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was going to say they handle everything.
They Harry your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too.
Middletown man pleaded guilty Monday in federal court to trafficking protected turtles. 62-year-old David Summers of Levittown struck a plea agreement with federal prosecutors and pleaded guilty to one felony count of violating the Lacey Act and agreed to forfeit nearly 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, according to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Prosecutors said Summers admitted that he falsely labeled the trafficked turtles taken from the New Jersey marsh habitat between August 2014 and October 2017. He acknowledged sending a package containing 11 of them to Canada and mislabeling the package as a book to underreport its value. Officials from the Environment and Climate Change Canada intercepted the package of turtles and alerted American authorities.
Today marks a major step forward in the
It's so
treatment care of turtles.
Do you know where
this guy was making a ton of money?
I had no idea they were worth that much.
He made $500,000 over 3 years.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go
It's better than cocaine.
Shipping turtles.
Yeah.
Shipping turtles.
All right, so wait,
Do you have my stuff?
what did he get pinched for? Lying about it or just
No, the
shipping it in general?
Yeah, the package. The Canadian government intercepted the package, and then they contacted the United States.
So, yes, some of these endangered exotic animals can draw incredible money.
All right, so I can't go do that as a cottage industry.
No.
As long as I ship it and package it correctly.
No, you can't.
It doesn't matter.
It
It's just
doesn't
straight up
matter.
illegal. Okay.
Yes. Summer's sentencing will take place on May 15th. The 62-year-old could be sentenced to as many as 5 years behind bars, 3 years of supervised release, a $250,000 fine, and restitution to New Jersey for the value of the turtles.
Imagine you end up in a cell and the guy with you's a triple homicide. What are you in for?
Turtles. I don't know where he's picking these things up at, but there is
Turtle City.
When
in
you're
New
going,
Jersey.
All right. So, but when you're going into Wildwood, right?
Yeah.
Like North Wildwood, because I ride my bike there all the time. They have all these turtle crossing signs, which is great.
Yes.
But there's a huge wall barrier that is in the middle of the road, and I'm like,
how do they clear that?
They don't. They don't. Like, so if you clearly know that turtles are crossing here, why did you put up a wall for them to just get smashed by cars?
There's no opening in the wall?
None.
There's no sign turtles go through here?
No, and I don't think they can read either.
That's
Case, so these turtles are protected under New Jersey law and by an international treaty. They are not found in the wild in Pennsylvania, but where Summers resided, but they have a dwindling habitat range in neighboring New Jersey. So there are some in New Jersey, but it's completely legal. And this guy apparently he worked for numerous Republican candidates in Bucks County in recent years and was previously a reporter. He previously covered news for the Trentonian, Bucks County Courier-Times, and the News Network, and also wrote for LevittownNow.com between 2013 and 2014.
Not another turtle story, please.
Seriously.
I like turtles. Love them. That's that little kid grew up to be.
That's him.
Oh my God, it's him.
I love turtles. All that comes across my desk are goddamn turtle stories.
I'm telling you for years.
Couldn't you see the signs?
You interviewed me when I was a kid.
It was a cry for help. I was dressed as a zombie, and I said I love turtles. Why was no one listening?
Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're a great zombie. And
Oh my God. It's him. It's him later on in life. I love it.
It never stops.
But because my sons have been to dances, but without a date, and it's not odd. Like when I was in middle school, if you went by yourself, unless it was a dance where it's known, everybody just show up and we'll be at the school and we're having a party.
Right.
But for the most part, everybody went with a date.
Yeah, and you got, I mean, at least for me, you would get asked to go to the dance.
Your teacher would pick you up.
Stop it!
You ready to go, baby?
Hate you.
Hey, look, I put some Tinker toys in the back. Keep you occupied.
Let's go to Maureen. Hello, Maureen.
Our last song at our 8th grade dances was always Nights in White Satin.
Nights in White Satin? Yeah, a bunch of 8.
Yeah,
how old are you?
Breathe deep the gathering gloom.
Right.
Watch lights fade from every room.
Maureen, what did you do in the poetic portion of that song?
Bathroom break.
Sway back and forth.
They'd start crying.
Maureen, did you kiss anybody that night?
That's so long ago, I don't even remember.
All right. Well, thanks for your call.
That means
we
no.
appreciate it.
We did like the, the butthole.
Oh my God!
The butthole. Like if you were dating.
What did you do?
You said the butthole.
Butthole.
Oh my God!
We would do the butthole. Do the butthole.
Everybody now, it's time to do the stuff with your butts.
You guys.
We're talking about backside stuff.
Casey nearly spit out all the soup.
I don't understand why you
In the punch bowls, we have a whole bunch of lubricant. This should make it easier.
Kathy.
Do we have the hustle anywhere?
Yes.
Do the butthole.
Hold. I said hold.
It's not what it sounded like.
Butthole.
One more butt.
You guys were advanced.
We did.
Butts in White Satin.
Do the butthole.
Oh my
The
God.
youngsters are really enjoying their buttholes.
Do the butthole. Do the butthole. Okay, so you do the butthole.
I mean, never mind at this point.
Oh.
No, yes, if you were dating the guy you were dancing with, the guy would put his hands
to do the butthole now.
To the butthole.
And who's up for some old-fashioned finger blasting?
So wait a minute. Explain to me what the butthole is.
It's your
Yes,
Hang on, I
the
wanna
hands
hear
would
her.
be, instead of on the waist, they would just slide down a little bit and hold the girl's butt.
Grab the butt. Okay.
Were you constantly under the watchful eye of a
a proctor or somebody who was.
There was always teachers there, but I don't think it was as strict.
They couldn't see everything. Right?
It wasn't as strict as the nuns watching at those dances.
that's
no,
why-
seriously.
But that's why the St. Kevin's dances were so great because they were so crowded that, like, all right, you can't.
I'm too tired to worry about your butthole.
The butthole.
You said the butthole. Somebody had sent me a listing for a home that's on sale in Maple Glen.
All the realtors are posting it on there.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 48 photos, and if you get to photo 31, you have to stop and go, wait a minute.
What is that?
What is that? So it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Beautiful.
And for a decent price, too. It's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeously laid out. It's $750,000 for a home that looks like this. That seems like a pretty good price to me.
It actually does seem like a really good price.
Yeah.
But when you get to photo number 31, you realize that they have a bit of an S&M dungeon in their house.
But it's in like a beautifully. It's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful brick
God.
house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
And then you get inside.
But even the chambers, it's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's it's brightly
bright,
painted.
yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's there. It looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
What are you going to get? Knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out. Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
Yeah, I'm just
This
thinking.
is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plug.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Bert Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Bert Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh,
which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was
Why
a
didn't
kid.
you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like
really?
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like I can wait.
You know how a good first one? Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is something to be okay.
Well, you can now bear children.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not that you want to. It's 12 or 13 years old. Or
Hey,
however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but honestly, it is in one fell swoop, boom, you're a woman now.
Yeah.
Whammo. And so there is no quiz.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Sports and Social. Cheer on the Birds, just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. You can watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contests, Bud Lights, giveaways, memorabilia, and a bunch more. This story is out of Arizona. A human skull was recently found in a box of donated items at a Goodwill store in Goodyear. A call was made Tuesday night to the police after the disturbing discovery was made at the Goodwill. Officers took possession of the human skull found in the box and transported it to the medical examiner's office for further investigation.
That was my skull.
The police said the skull appears to be historical and has no forensic significance, meaning that there appears to be no associated crime with the skull.
That we know of yet.
Investigators are looking into who made the donation, and it came in a pile with other taxidermied items.
So you could use this.
I told you guys, my uncles used to have a skull.
Right.
A human skull.
Did he have any
I never asked.
story about where it came from?
I don't remember.
Where's Gum Gum?
It had a name like George or something like that. And I remember examining it closely as a kid. And I think back, and it's pretty disturbing that I was doing that, to be honest. So I should ask them about that and see what the story was with that.
A 35-year-old murder case was solved by radio personality.
Yeah. 3 people were injured locally after a truck crashed into a Cherry Hill dental office, with the driver of the truck suffering some critical injuries. So I don't have a follow-up on the condition of the driver. The accident happened Wednesday on Route 70 eastbound at Kings Highway. The owner of Lakeview Dental Care was in shock after the truck crashed into his business. He was on lunch when it happened and says that all he could think about was his staff. Danielle Seaman explained, I was sitting at my desk, and my manager sits right behind me. She was at her office. And all of a sudden, I hear a crash and a whole bunch of stuff came around us. I yelled for her and went in. Her whole walls kind of collapsed on her. Seaman said the truck was only feet away from her colleague, and that's when she ran over, grabbed her, and they both got out with minor injuries. Thankfully, she said her desk was kind of shot up and protected her head somewhat, so it was at an angle.
That's crazy.
The Cherry Hill
spit.
The Cherry Hill Fire Department said that the truck veered off the road, then burst into flames after hitting the building. The driver is now recovering from serious burns in the hospital.
Terrific.
The owner says he's fortunate firefighters arrived in less than 5 minutes, and added that they were concerned the entire building was going to fall. Fortunately, that did not happen.
Everyone on the scene, Preston, got a little kit with toothpaste and a toothbrush.
Really?
Yeah.
Just for their trouble?
Yeah.
People have been getting unexpectedly sprayed with ink while walking the streets of Toronto this summer. Police are investigating 5 incidents that took place between June 14th and August 23rd. Investigators allege that in each instance, a man sprayed pen ink onto unsuspecting people.
What's that about?
Passing by. And all the incidents happened between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. The suspect is described by police as a man in his 30s.
It's Johnny Inkleseed.
A post shared on Reddit titled Beware Ink Bandit on King detailed similar experiences in the downtown area. They were sprayed with ink, and they had witnessed others who had also been hit with the substance in the days following. They wrote in the post, yesterday I was hit with ink in the morning and only noticed once I got to work. Today I saw these 2 other people had been hit with ink. Neither of them had noticed, and when I got to work, a colleague had also been inked.
So where are you finding ink these days?
Yeah, Toronto police would not confirm if the incidents alleged in the post were the same as being investigated by the officers, but somebody's getting their jollies spraying people.
Oh, yeah.
With
I'm going to
ink.
go inking.
This is pretty funny. In Chicago, someone installed a sign at Loyola Beach indicating that it was now a nude beach.
I love this. And it looked authentic.
This is according to a Chicago alderwoman. And
Chicago!
it was
Chicago!
Alderwoman Maria Haddon took to Facebook Monday morning and wrote, "We've been notified that someone has installed this cheeky sign at Loyola Beach. Please note that this is not an official Chicago Park District sign.
Sir, you're going to have to put your balls away."
We've reported to Park so they can remove it. As a reminder, at least some clothing is required at all of our beaches. But here's a little history for you. In 1932, the 49th Ward Alderman George Williston introduced a resolution to create a nude sunbathing beach in this same location. And that's back when Chicago City Council controlled the parks. Pretty funny.
Yeah, obviously it was not accepted.
No, they're taking it down. This is funny. A woman known as, her name is Key, okay? She was caught on tape reportedly stealing an iPhone 14 Plus by chewing through the anti-theft wire.
Oh my wow, man. That's some
Dude.
choppers.
Yes, it is. She can be seen browsing devices in a store, and after looking at a MacBook, she headed to the phones where footage shows her lifting the device to her mouth and chewing through the cable.
She's like Jaws from the Bond movies.
She then puts the phone into her bag and leaves. Police caught up with her.
Let her go.
30 minutes after the incident, and she claims she intended to buy the phone, but the price was just too high.
So then you just chew through the security cord and you take it.
Yep.
That's the understanding.
So we had the story the other day of the uncontrollable diarrhea on the plane. Air Canada has apologized to 2 passengers who were escorted off a plane after being told that they had to sit in seats that were not cleaned well because someone vomited on them during the previous flight.
They told them they had to sit there because of that, or it's just those are their seats?
They were their seats, and they couldn't put them anywhere else.
You two are going to sit in the vomit chairs.
Susan Benson, a fellow passenger on the flight from Las Vegas to Montreal, detailed the incident on Facebook 3 days later, noting that, quote, there was a bit of a foul smell.
It smells like vomit.
She explained that someone on the flight before had vomited near where 2 women and a man in front of her were struggling to get seated. Benson claimed Air Canada attempted a quick cleanup before boarding, but clearly wasn't able to do a thorough clean. They placed coffee grinds in the seat pouch and sprayed perfume to mask the smell. Benson shared that the clearly upset passengers tried to explain to the flight attendant that the seat and seatbelt were wet and there was still visible vomit residue in their area.
Gross.
It was still wet with vomit?
However, the very apologetic flight attendant said that there was nothing that could be done
Who wants free snacks?
rectify the situation as the flight was full. Benson said the passenger said that they couldn't possibly be expected to sit in vomit for 5 hours.
You would think that.
That they argued back and forth for several minutes before the flight attendant sought out her supervisor, who told the 3 passengers the exact same thing. And after reluctantly receiving blankets, disinfecting wipes, and vomit bags to sit on per their request.
This is your pilot. I would like to ask you just pipe down and sit in the vomit seats.
Benson recalled the pilot walking down the aisle to the section where he had calmly knelt down and told the 2 ladies that they had 2 choices. They could leave the plane on their own accord and organize flights on their own dime, or they would be escorted off the plane by security and placed on a no-fly list.
Okay, here's the test.
No.
Here's how you can judge what people are made of. Do you take Preston the diarrhea flight, or do you take the vomit flight?
I take the vomit flight.
Vomit flight, me too, yeah.
Yeah, without question. By the way, I would probably, if they brought blankets, I would be okay, depending on how bad it would smell.
Yeah, these been pissed on.
I think I would be okay with sitting on it. But what should have happened is they should have said immediately, look, we'll get you on another flight and we'll pay for it. But they told them that they were going to have to pay for a different flight. No, that's not it. So Air Canada...
You're going to have to pay more. These are special vomit seats.
Said in a statement the airline issued an apology to passengers.
Doesn't that smell like human vomit?
As they clearly did not receive the standard of care to which they were entitled. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you.
I flew on Air Canada recently, and I was
it nice?
Unimpressed.
Oh.
They didn't have any USB ports. They didn't have any. Yeah, they didn't have.
That's really a crapshoot.
Yeah.
When you get on, you're like, a lot of them do, but some of them still don't.
I was a little underwhelmed.
I think that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. More of the Back to School A to Z, and we'll see if you've been paying attention. We'll have a question about the show via the lesson question and music news too, and trash. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
It's a boner party.
Boner party.
But you're getting babies. I mean, it's the truth. It's a biological thing, and it happens.
What did you just say?
I said I had, like, as if I'm the only guy here. No, we all got boners when we were
You can have boners in the womb.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You can. fetuses have boners.
Yes, there's proof. What? Picture proof.
Let's continue talking about hygiene.
Please.
But
we all need it.
In a different orifice, we'll talk about your mouth.
Oh, I thought you were going just on flipping us over.
Oh, the butt.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to talk about
We'll go from butt to mouth.
We could. I mean, I'm sure we could find something.
I like that sense that the mouth, that the toothpaste and everything's been rinsed out and washed out, and whatever I've dislodged is out.
I haven't gone to the dentist in over a year.
Oh.
I knew you were going to find that repulsive, Kathy.
Oh, probably so gross.
I had an appointment, and then something came up.
Something suddenly came up.
And then I had to cancel the appointment, and I never rescheduled it, and I just got lazy.
And it usually they have a long wait usually.
And I don't like going to the dentist.
Even
And I
just
like
for a
my
cleaning?
dentist a lot. He's a really nice guy. What's that?
Even just for a cleaning?
No, because it's never just a cleaning. it's always, oh, what's this? Or, let me pick at that for a minute. Or here, we need to take some more pictures. Shove these uncomfortable things in your mouth and bite down for a little while.
Here, put these wax lips in.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the x-rays. Ugh.
I love going because I don't have a lot of but I don't have
because
Kathy,
they make
when she
compliments.
smiles.
She likes to go
Everyone,
anywhere.
come in here quickly. Look at these beautiful teeth. It's not enough that she has a perfect vagina.
No, I like the feeling that my teeth are that clean, as you can imagine.
No kidding. You have beautiful teeth.
Hey, Kathy has the perfect mouth, the perfect vagina. Do we assume that the other one is perfect too?
I can only assume that her proctologist is doing backflips.
Yeah, has anybody ever commented on your butthole? They've commented on every other orifice.
Oh my God!
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I like how you pointed at it when you told Red my butt.
Did she?
Yeah. My butthole. This? My butthole, Preston? Is that what you're talking about? My perfect butthole?
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
Mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery guests.
Oh, good.
The most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We
He'll
won't go any
get
further than say that. You think he'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right, take those glasses off.
All right, hang on.
All righty.
Yay. So.
All right. So again, one more time, repeat.
All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215.
No, 20 questions.
215-263 WMMR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20.
All right.
And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No.
Not yet.
In
Not
fact,
yet.
if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to agree to do it, and then sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
Right.
All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
all right. So
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think we'll do a nice masking job. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no. And you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's modest.
His answer might have thrown you, and
How many questions is that?
That's three.
That's three questions.
All right.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Ooh, a little one out of the way. Are you in... is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right. Wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guest real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell.
No.
Wow. Okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do
good.
that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good-natured. He's smiling. So.
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, Hammer, right?
Oh,
Really?
God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who else? Who the hell else is from an island nation?
You can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No.
Good guess, though.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island. You know,
So
and we
now-
have played golf together, so you know.
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah, I'm.
Expand your search,
Yeah.
entertainment-wise.
Yeah. I'll, they live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all? Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because you know once you know you. Okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're friends. We're considered friends. We're friends. This person's gonna kill me. Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
What a waste of a question.
Well, I'm trying to, you know. More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, you know, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's gonna kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers. You lost your virginity to that song, didn't you? I know I'm at least talking to a couple of you out there
Right.
who that happened to.
Kathy's got her hand up.
Never say goodbye. Bon Jovi, we're in the ends on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks.
Bill was saying that's a favorite of his.
He loves it. Loves that song. Actually, it's and I like Bon Jovi. That is one of the cheesiest songs out of their catalog. But there's also something really endearing about it.
It is, and I think a lot of it has to do with what you just said. It sits in that memory bank.
Yeah.
In that spank bank. And, there you go.
It definitely does.
How much Bon Jovi is in your spank bag, Steve?
What is the most erotic Bon Jovi song? None really comes to mind.
Oh, wow.
You can't go home?
Slippery When Wet was the name of the album, right?
Correct.
There's no
Yeah.
song named...
I don't know if there was or not, but...
What's the one from...
Bed of Roses. I will lay you down in
that's
Bed
what I
of
was
Roses.
Dad, can I talk to you for a moment?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, she's a little runaway. She was, she was getting herself into trouble. She's a bit of a tramp. All right, let's ask a lesson question. Giveaway prize. We have a pair of tickets to join Casey, Nick, and Marissa for the special murder mystery event at the Red Room Theater, which is on Wednesday, courtesy of 20th Century Studios, a Haunting in Venice, 21 and over event, and you get dinner and a drink and the whole thing. So let's go. Okay, yes. What is the name of Casey's upcoming autobiography? 215-263 WMMR. You don't remember?
No.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. What is the name of Casey's upcoming autobiography? If you heard it, it was around 8:52 this morning. See, we don't even remember.
No, we
stuff.
don't.
But let's see if you do. And call now. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by 20th Century Studios. Head to WMMR.com to register to win tickets to join Casey, Marissa, and Nick at Red Room Theater for a special murder mystery event. Celebrate a Haunting in Venice only in theaters September 15th. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Britney Spears' estranged husband, Sam Ashgari, joining striking actors and writers on the picket line in Hollywood yesterday. Many are saying that Ashgari's greatest performance was acting as if he had any right to be in that line.
Yeah. Hey!
Senator Mitch McConnell has been given the green light to return to work after 2 incidents in which he froze up while speaking. Dr. Brian P. Moynihan says McConnell is still suffering from residual effects from a concussion he received during the Battle of Bunker Hill. And finally, Erica Mena has been fired after uttering what was deemed a racial slur on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. A showrunner for the VH1 series issued a statement saying that they have a standard on their show, or at least they probably should have a standard on their show. And that's your Hollywood.
To the phones we go. We want to find out what Casey's upcoming autobiography will be titled. 215-263-WMMR. And we will go to Tim. Let's see if Tim knows the answer. Yo, Tim, good morning.
Rizum Kism as Rusev.
Yeah. And what's the name of that?
Sky Rizzy.
Sky Rizzy. All right. So, Tim, what is the name of Casey's upcoming autobiography?
Was it I'd Give Up My Ass?
Yes! I'll give up my ass. Hang on, Tim. We're going to give you a pair of those tickets. Join Casey, Nick, and Marissa for a special murder mystery event at the Red Room Theater. Wednesday, September 13th, courtesy of 20th Century Studios, A Haunting in Venice. It's a 21 and over event, and it will include a complimentary buffet and a free first drink, plus admission to the advanced screening of the film, only in theater September 15th. And another chance to win is available at WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Are my testicles black?
All right, let me see here. All right, so I got to gather a couple more things real quick here. The music news is brought to you by New Jersey Transit, reminding you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. Yes, right there.
NJTPD.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Into his A.
Yeah. So Slash's Hunter Burst Les Paul guitars up for auction. Minimum bid, $1 million.
$1 million?
That's crazy.
For Slash's guitar?
Yeah, it's the same guitar that he played at live performances and recording sessions with Guns N' Roses in 1985 to 1986.
I'm guessing it will not go for that.
He sold it after that, and it has since been on display at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The auction house pointed out that the band wrote Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child of Mine, and Paradise City during that time span. So it may have very well been on those guitars.
What would be a comparable in rock memorabilia, Nick? I don't know if there's a quick lookup for this. That would sell for $1 million. And listen, I'm not diminishing.
Frankenstein. Eddie Van Halen's Frankenstein.
I'm going to put more weight on Frankenstein than or am I crazy? Am I just a cockeyed kid who can't see the world for what it is?
And then maybe Big Red from
The Gum?
Nope. From Queen. Brian May's guitar.
Brian May's.
The guitar that he and his dad built.
I don't know.
That is an iconic guitar, and it's a custom guitar.
Whoa.
What?
Steve, I looked up the 10 most expensive pieces of rock memorabilia.
Right.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Kurt Cobain's MTV Unplugged guitar, $8 million.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Wow.
So maybe that's a steal to go to get.
Oh, Steve, you're going to love this.
What?
There's a bubble statue of Michael Jackson. That went
God.
That went
It's
for
my monkey.
$7.46 million.
We miss you, Bubbles.
It's made of gold, right?
I hope.
Yeah.
It's actually made of bubbles.
All right, here's another
They
guitar.
just sealed them in plastic.
David Gilmour's Black Strat guitar. That went for over $5 million. Wow. Okay.
I did not realize.
No.
Oh, a Love Me Do guitar from
Look at this.
Lennon.
Look at this bubble statue.
I know.
This is the ugliest looking thing
It's
I've
horrible.
ever seen.
It's horrible.
And of course, the monkey's placed inappropriately on his lap.
Oh, this is a cool one. The Imagine piano. That went for $2.7 million.
You're gonna love it.
That's pretty amazing.
If you like.
Hi, I'm John Lennon. If you like pianos, you're going to love the Imagine piano. Imagine playing it. Wink, wink.
Hey, you know what? Do you guys, when we're doing the back to school A to Z, don't you find it? Do you ever hear the John Lennon clip?
Yes.
Doesn't that blow your mind?
I think Sarah played it yesterday.
I thought he was dead.
He is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Yep.
See if you can find that, Casey. It's his actuality. It's his drop, whatever you want to call it. How many? From what other Beatles do we have?
There's a Paul one.
Is there a
This is
Paul?
Paul McCartney. Join us on the Cream of the Screen tour.
Yep. Wait, no, maybe she played the Paul one. Because she had lovely Rita yesterday, Meter Maid, and Paul talks about talking to the radio, and he's like, and you're listening to this with your ears. And it's a funny MMR ID from Paul McCartney.
Here's the John Lennon ID. Go ahead and hit that.
Hi, this is John Lennon on WMMR FM, Philadelphia, PA.
I love
That's so cool.
Isn't that
Hi,
amazing?
this is John Lennon on WMMR FM, Philadelphia, PA.
It's the same one. All right.
Yeah, play it again, and we'll call it a third version of it.
And then you said there's a Paul McCartney ID?
Yeah,
too?
Sarah played that one yesterday.
Got that. All right.
Here we go.
All right, this is what it sounds like.
Hi, this is John Lennon on WMMR FM, Philadelphia, PA.
Just kidding, that's Paul doing the John Lennon impression.
All right, here it is.
Hi, this is Paul McCartney on 93.3 WMMR in Philadelphia. I'm talking to you with my voice. Keep listening.
Oh.
Well, so how come McCartney's is much clearer? Lennon sounds like he was recording from a sinking ship.
He was on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul was
sinking ship.
Paul was on a microphone. So I don't think we have a George Harrison. Man,
I don't think we
could
do.
still get a Ringo. We could still get a Ringo drop.
Yep.
Bill, add his next record.
Right.
We'll get a Ringo drop.
Ringo's on this list. A drum kit from Ringo for $2.9 million.
Yeah, I remember when that sold recently. Who was the owner, Preston, who was one of these, it collects a ton of Beatles memorabilia.
Yeah, you guys mentioned him. He owns
Jim Irsay?
Yeah.
The guy that owns the Colts?
The Colts.
Yes. Right. And he figured that it would, Ringo put that stuff up initially because he felt it should be not in his closet.
It needs to be
appreciated.
shared because he wasn't doing anything with it. And there are people that would love to see that type of stuff. All right, well, moving on. In an interview posted, Godsmack's Sully Erna revealed that the band is making plans to do something different for next year's tour. He said, it's a little too soon to say, but we have a couple of announcements we'll be making soon, which could include an evening with theater, stripped down, vibey kind of show in the late January, February months. He went on to
It'd be
say
a great show to add an Imagine piano to.
they haven't done that type of performance since 2004, and for them, that's a whole different thing. So we'll see if that ends up happening.
I do like those stripped down shows if it's an artist that you really like.
And the evening of usually comes with like an intermission, and it's all the hits you want to hear and stuff like that.
Dinner rolls.
Oh, dinner rolls.
I thought this was pretty cool. The latest induction into the Modern Drummer Hall of Fame is...
Drum roll. You thought I was going to let you go right to it, didn't you?
Alex Van Halen.
Oh.
That's really cool. So that's the Hall of Fame. You only get inducted one time for that. Alex joins an esteemed group that would include Neil Peart, John Bonham, Buddy Rich, Max Roach, Ringo Starr, Taylor Hawkins, and others. He became instrumental in the band's electrifying dramatic sound, leading the rhythm section on standout Van Halen hits like Ain't Talking About Love, Unchained, and Panama. His double bass pedal work for this song, Hot for Teacher, was deeply influential, combining technical... appeared on the cover of Modern Drummer 4 times, 1983, 1994, 2008, most recently in March of 2021. He's appeared various other times in Modern Drummer's issue throughout the last 5 decades. So congratulations to Alex Van Halen. 2 quick things about the MMRBQ. Number 1, we have a ticket special price that expires today. And
Get in on it.
$19.33 while they last for lawn tickets. Also, there is a ticket raid that is happening on Sunday, and Nick McElwain is going to be at Fitzwater Station.
You ever been there, Preston?
No.
It's you know,
the Phoenixville.
Yeah, it's right across the river from Phoenixville. You know those canals? And Casey, you know what we can rent there is a kayak.
Kayaks.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
But you can rent a kayak, go on the canal, or even take it on the river. It's a really cool spot. It's this building, I think it was built in like the 1830s or whatever.
Do they have a piano?
They do have a, I don't know. Maybe. Let's say yes.
There's one for sale if you want it.
Really, you can get one.
For Sunday's purposes, they have a piano, but they have a really cool outdoor deck. And so I'm there from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. We're going to give away tickets like every 15 minutes and leading up to kickoff on Sunday. So it should be a fun time.
And by the way, Sunday. And they also have beers and cocktails and ribs and wings and chicken, all that. All these things.
These appetizers and pot stickers.
Now I want pot stickers.
I would say, again, now you can't, weather's, it variates from day to day, but the forecast right now puts all of the muck and crap that'll be residual from the potential hurricane passing.
Now, at the MM barbecue, we won't have pot stickers, but we very well might have rye bread.
But what I was going to say is the weather right now in the long distance forecast says sunny and 75 for Saturday. Sunny and 75.
I don't put stock until 3 or 4 days before.
But use
nice to hear.
Your personal mojo to make it happen, because that would be fantastic.
And also the voting wraps up on Sunday for live band karaoke with Sidearm on the Preston and Steve Show side stage. Don't forget, Don McCloskey, his band is performing live on that side stage, too. So in between acts, come over and check us out on the side stage, which I believe is on the Ben. Yeah, it's on the Ben Franklin side.
Yeah, year one was a blowout. We loved it so much, and now it's back. And we want to see. Listen, a lot of people were coming over, but now you're aware of it. Make sure you make your way over, because honestly, I went through some of the singers, some of the people who are, want to participate in this. They're really good.
All right, Marissa isolated the guitar solo portion of Jump.
Oh, okay.
Now listen, it's not like really fast or anything like that, but it's what we call syncopated.
Syncopated.
And it's really hard to follow on the drums. Here we go. It's counter to what you want to do as a drummer.
No, that's cool.
He's a crafty drummer. Most definitely deserves that honor. All right, that is it in music news. We are going to take one final break. We will come back, get the letter of the day. Sarah will be in here. We have one more song for Back to School A to Z. We're going to give away our Word of the Week prize, and we'll turn it over to her. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I got. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are
You don't know the cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly,
The cooking
I
journalist
thought
drummer.
by this time.
I know.
But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black
How can I
journalist drummer.
not? How can I not get it?
Yes.
You are on the film board. I'm going to help you with that.
Oh my God, you're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black
Oh, that helps
Yeah.
a lot. Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of acting
yeah.
roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I
not
know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use a voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you
yeah.
hear the voice?
He's gonna know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh, man. You got it.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, Preston.
This is terrible. Is everybody getting it right on the text?
Yeah. Everybody's narrowed it down.
And have you been in our studio before?
Yes.
You have.
That's your last question.
You should know.
I know. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Wait till you see him.
I have no idea.
All right, Preston.
Damn it.
Take off your blindfold.
Wait a minute.
Preston, this is one of the construction workers in our building currently.
He said yes to every question on purpose. You suck.
I don't even know. What is your name? What's your name?
Chino.
Chino was good enough to do this.
Oh, my God.
We had a whole bunch of stuff planned, and it fell through. And at the last minute, Chino was good enough to agree to come over and be our guest.
Was the actual answer yes to any of those questions?
Oh, from the islands, right?
Yeah. Nicaragua. Where are you from? Nicaragua?
These guys are doing great work in the building here.
I'm beating myself up. You guys are saying, oh, you ought to know. I mean, for crying out loud. A friend of mine.
Nick's like, everybody's getting it.
Preston, how many black drummer, actor, comedian, musician, journalist friends are there?
Oh, my God.
Good job.
By the way, and then I take you a-hole. Okay, so you know, and here's the deal, man. What's your name again?
Chino.
Chino.
Yeah.
So Chino, I never remember anybody's name.
Right.
So when I took my blindfold off and I saw you, I felt horrible because I didn't remember who you were. Hey, Chino. Come here. By the way, I want to point something out. Kat, I was giggling at the beginning of sports, and Kathy looks at me. She's like, "What's going on over there?" Ever since we got back from vacation, we do our sports intro is live. All those sound effects, it's not pre-recorded. It's Steve hitting buttons.
We're
Casey's
artists.
hitting buttons. Casey has forgotten the order of the sound effects that he normally plays, and he's off his game. That's why I heard a doorbell in there, and I'm like,
all right.
We never heard the
Yesterday
doorbell.
there was something else.
Do you want to try it again?
We
It
have
was like
to
wind or like a hurricane yesterday, or because they've got hundreds of sound effects.
All right, I won't scream. I'm going to configure to what I always have it set.
Do you want to do it without the? I'll bring the music way down.
I kind of need the music, right?
All right, so go ahead.
Well, hang
And
on.
for those of you who hate the sports intro,
Here it
you're going to get it
here
again.
it is.
But hang on.
But I'll bring down the volume
Before
a
you
little
hit
bit.
anything,
By the way,
I got to figure this out.
The
What's up?
sports intro was born in purposeful excess.
Just being ridiculous. No, of course. Yeah.
You guys remember why it started, right? It's because we were so excited when the Eagles finally made it to the Super Bowl. This was at Y100 that Kathy was doing news, and we couldn't wait for her to get to sports.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't remember that at all.
Yeah, and so the anticipation was it was exploded in sound effects.
Okay.
All right, hang on
Let me know when you're ready.
I just don't know. The problem is I don't know what my second. Like I know.
Don't think about it. Just
do it.
Get in the zone. Auto zone.
Nick and I were actually just talking the other day about how occasionally we'll call into the conference call and we've been entering the same code to get into our conference call for
forget it.
however many years now, and like occasionally we'll be like, what you have, it just your mind just goes blank and you're like, what is that
Every
number?
once in a while, you sort of retrain yourself to forget it, and then you have to. That's why obviously jotting things down now and then is a good idea. But you think you have a case?
Maybe.
Do you know what you usually lead with?
I know what I lead with.
So let's start.
In the
that
last couple of days, I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting 14 instead of 23.
All right, you good to go?
So I know I got 23 starts it all, bro.
Kathy, give us the kickoff.
Okay, and in sports this morning.
He has to scream, too. I'll bring the music way down. Ball sacks are yummy. And the dolphin.
What happened?
There you go. That was
It
better.
wasn't timed up. I had to pause my "What the F is that?"
Oh, all right.
I think the music helps with that.
sounded right.
Yeah. Did it sound right?
A little better, yeah.
I couldn't remember if I do farts or not.
No,
Do
I don't think you do. I don't think
No,
you
there are
do.
no farts.
No,
It would ruin the sanctity of the sports intro.
That would ruin it.
Talking about the pride of Philadelphia here. So we gotta
Farts
get it
appear
right.
in the music news.
Yeah.
You know what it is?
What is it? Wrong page?
No. So I hit this, and then I start with that. I killed it!
There you go.
All right.
I start with that.
I tell you what, that's something closer than
Right
it sounds.
there, in excess, and never tear us apart. We're in the ends. Case, can I see the list? Oh, don't worry about it. I just want to see how many nevers there were. I know we did never say goodbye, never tear us apart, and
Got never there from cake,
okay,
and then that's it.
All right.
The next never is the last never.
Bill just got it. There we go.
never, ever.
Never surrender.
Never ever.
Never.
So the ends are a little chunk, or I'm sorry, the nevers are a little chunk, but then we get into the news, and NXS will be represented in that as well, along with a lot of other bands, including Rush. And then we get into the necks and the nose and all kinds of good stuff. So N is the letter where we are right now in the back to school, A to Z. I would like to thank our guests. First of all, from Dunkin, we had Jessica Wiseman and JT Young stop by, giving us a heads up on the fact that the Dunkin crew is aligned yet again with the Eagles crew, and they not only are going to be giving away free coffee every Monday for those who are in the rewards program. When you purchase any purchase, you get a free medium coffee. That's on Mondays through the entire football season. But also, they gave us some tickets to give away to the Eagles home opener. And we're going to give those away next week.
So we are circuitously attached to the Eagles through Dunkin.
Yeah.
So a compliment for Dunkin. It's like a compliment for us.
Exactly. Singles, right?
Yes.
Thank you to, we had two great guests as well outside of that. Ali Saddiq was on. He was hilarious and really smart and poignant and all that good stuff. And he's going to be at Punchline. His shows are completely sold out. They added a 4 o'clock afternoon show tomorrow. So if you want to see him, punchlinephilly.com. And then we have Patton Oswalt. And he's going to be at City Winery on October 7th. I guess there's 2 shows. He had said the early show had like 12 tickets left. I'm going to guess they're gone by now. But you might be able to get some tickets for the other show. Citywinery.com. And that is a Saturday, by the way, which is really cool. So it's nice to have Pat.
Apparently he loved the interview.
Yeah, afterwards he was going on with Marissa about how much he enjoyed it. He said it was a phenomenal interview, which is great. Sarah's here.
No sad, bro.
No sad, bro, at all.
I love your shirt press.
Thank you. I was about to ask about yours. What does yours say on it?
Deftones.
Oh, so you couldn't read it. It's a crescent moon. And I'm wearing my MMR Classic rainbow logo shirt.
Yeah.
I love this shirt.
Yeah, a lot of people do. I wonder if we should put it in the rock shop.
We need to. We definitely need to.
I
Get
love
a lot of comments.
the matching, Sarah, the gold and the black.
Sarah accessorizes like nobody's business.
I'm going to see Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper tonight, so I had to put the pizzazz on.
And you have a really nice necklace on, too.
Oh, my gosh, I got it from the Kathy Romano collection.
Oh, my God. How do you go about getting that for free advertising, Kathy?
Man, Bill Weston is
Compliments
so
of Sarah's necklace, that's all.
You advertise with a Little League team.
Bill just says you owe me $200.
Which one is yours, Kathy, on her? The longer one?
The onyx stone, the black stone.
How about that?
Sarah should model for you, right?
Sarah does. She's actually on my website, yeah.
How about that crap? I don't read your rip.
All right, well, we need to do the letter of the day, so let's do it.
Let's do it now.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
Z as in zoo.
All right, and we have our final letter, and we need a caller, so let's take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR and see if you do indeed know the entire, and it's a 4-letter word this week.
It is, yes.
The last of the 4-letter words. We're back to our 5-day work weeks next week. So, Bill's shaking his head over there.
No. We were saying the 4-letter words.
Yeah, we were going.
Oh, I didn't see you guys say that. All right, we'll take that caller, number 8, 215-263-WMMR. In the meantime, Sarah, what do you want to hit about the show coming up?
One more pair of tickets to give away for the One Fine Day Festival, which is tomorrow at the Man. I think it's going to cool off a little bit by tomorrow, so it's going to be a great day.
It is. It's going to be nice.
2 stages, lots of bands, including Sting and Shaggy headlining together, G-Love and Special Sauce, and Thundercat. So I will have one more pair to give away before 3, and you can get all the details on the concert sponsor calendar at WMMR.com. And of course, the Back to School A to Z. It rolls on. We're in the letter N, right? As in no sad bro?
That's correct.
Okay.
All about no sad, bro. So,
And you just played Never Tear Us Apart, right?
That's correct.
That
yeah.
was my and my husband's first dance. But it was a cover done by a band called Murder by Death of that song.
Your husband and I danced to it as well.
Yours was a cover?
It was
Okay.
a cover that we danced to, yes.
A little more intense than the NXS
No, Murder by Death.
version?
It's actually a folk band.
Okay.
So
Oh.
not as dark and scary as it sounds.
What's the name of the band?
Murder by Death.
That's a movie.
That's a Neil Simon.
I love that movie.
Yeah, with Peter Falk. And,
Yeah, a whole bunch of famous people were in that.
It's very well done.
James Cromwell was in that.
Yep.
and yeah, that's a great movie.
Nancy Walker.
By the way, I love
Alec Guinness.
I love your commentary during the Back to School A to Z. All the things you've been sharing on the air, the extra stories you've been telling and stuff
Do you like when
that.
Bill comes in and tells me I talk too much? Because that has happened literally every day.
He took Sarah. He told us.
Yeah, I went to the bathroom in the cafeteria and the light was still on.
I'm glad, Bill, that I mean so much to you. You can't help but tell everyone else about it. I love you too.
All right.
I appreciate that, Press, though. It's been a lot of fun.
Excellent. All right, we're going to see if we can get a winner. And caller number 8 is Paige. Hi there, Paige.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning to see you, Paige. What is our word of the week, please?
A to Z.
Great day in the morning!
All right, Paige. Hope you're available tonight because we got a little trip we're going to send you on. 4-pack of tickets, by the way, for the VIP sound check and also the show, but 2 hotel rooms for the night as MMR rocks Evanescence.
Wow.
Tonight at Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's a pretty awesome deal.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I never win anything.
Well, that's changed.
All right. Well, gather your friends and go to the show and have a great time on us. Okay, Paige?
Yes, thank you.
You bet. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. Take care of all that stuff. Don't forget, tickets are on sale now. Ticketmaster and complete details at WMMR.com. You must be 20. She hopefully was 21 years old to win the prize.
I'm only 6.5 years old.
All right. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab. Locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week, listen to this. Listen to this lineup of people we have. Comedians Becky Robinson, Justin Willman, Craig Gass, and Bert Kreischer.
Holy hell.
All be on the program next week. So those are a lot of really funny, cool people. So hopefully you'll have a fantastic weekend. Enjoy the A to Z, and we'll do it again next Monday. So rage on and have a great day. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.